not getting your energy. Are we happy to be here? Okay, today is going to be, I'm not going to say more incredible, but just as incredible as yesterday, because yesterday was incredible. Do I have people in the house that agree with me? Was yesterday incredible? Okay, so it's truly inspiring to see this room full again at 11 with Lagos traffic. It's filled with founders, leaders, operators, builders, and believers, all gathered for day two of the seventh edition of the Mentor Matchup Challenge. Yesterday, we opened this year's theme, Building Bridges for Equitable Trade, with conversations that were not only timely, but essential for the future we are building across Africa's emerging economies. Our keynote speakers reminded us that the journey starts long before the spotlight moments. Seeking knowledge early, staying curious, finding guidance, and building the right circles are the unseen steps that shape every breakthrough. This is exactly what MMC embodies, a space where founders learn, connect, and grow before opportunities arrive. So when they do, you're ready to seize them. The finance panel explored unlocking sustainable capital for Africa's industrial revolution. This panel revealed the realities of funding Africa's industries and what it takes to de risk and deploy long term capital structures. We then moved into the local production panel, where we confronted the urgent need to strengthen Africa's industrial backbone. Economic sovereignty is built, not wished for. Africa has the talent, the drive, and the ambition to produce at scale, but it requires us to back our own producers, strengthen value chains, and design ecosystems that empower African made solutions. We close the day with a powerful conversation on rethinking ESG through a just energy transition, emphasizing that Africa must sit at the center of its own sustainability narrative, not just on the sidelines. Today, we have an equally rich lineup ahead. We're starting the day with Dr. Chimaya So, CEO of CADA's Group. He kicks things off with a mentorship story that would inspire practical learning and growth for every entrepreneur in this room. Following is Nonso Opmala, GMD CEO of VFD Group. He'll be sharing the VFD story, vision, growth, and opportunity. We also have Banky W, Olubankole Wellington, who will share his journey and mentor a select group of entrepreneurs, providing hands on guidance to those navigating their own growth paths. Later on, as a lot of you have been asking me on the side, we have a fireside chat with Austin Avuru, chairman of AA Holdings, with Ejike Ebuagu hosting that session, CEO of Moneda Investment Africa. They'll be discussing finance, industrial capital, industrial capacity, and investments because we did a campaign that went viral. And we spoke yesterday, and he said people have been calling him, asking him if he's doing an event or hosting something. It's not on social media. And I said, yes, that is that video interview that we did. People are curious to understand the nuances of bringing in investors into your business. I believe he'll be exploring that as well. And following these keynotes and mentorship sessions, because how we've curated for the people who are participating for the first time, we always curate um, the mentorship opportunity. So after every keynote speaker or panelist, you have an opportunity to connect with them at the back of the room. The hosts and hostesses in the room will support you with that. So please take advantage of every single opportunity you have to connect with mentor figures. And we have panel sessions. We'll be exploring international trade, tourism, Africa's creative soft power, alongside master classes, mentor matchmaking, and transformative networking opportunities. Each session is designed to equip participants with practical knowledge, strategic connections with industry leaders, and actionable strategies, reflecting MMC's commitment to access, equity, and execution. And of course, we will close the day with our after party that we're hosting in collaboration with Bundle. It will feature a fashion show, music performances, and lots of entertainment. Before we dive into today's agenda, I want to express again my deepest appreciation to the organizations that have invested in this vision of equitable trade. To the AFCFTA Secretariat, His Excellency Wamkele, our official event partner, thank you for championing an Africa that trades more boldly and efficiently with itself. We are committed to supporting your work from the private sector to increase intra-African trade by 15% in the next 5 to 10 years. And to our sponsors, Nepal Energies, Zenith Bank, Providence Bank, VFD Group, Black Cheetah, Walter Smith, Africa Energy Chamber, Rain Oil, Glotch, Stylistic Limited, Fidelity, Access Bank, and so many of our ecosystem partners that have supported us in one way or the other. Thank you so much. Your support is soared into industries, founders, and futures that will shape the continent for decades. To our VIPs, delegates, and exhibitors, thank you for believing in this vision and showing up. Welcome to day 2 of the Mentor Matchup Challenge 7.0.
One more time, a round of applause for Izine Wazulu, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, the energy level this morning is a bit low, and I think I need some energizer in the room. What do you think, Shaitan?
I think so. You did it yesterday and it was so amazing. So tell us, what
Oh,
do you have for us today?
we should do that again, right? So turn to your neighbor and say, Your Excellency. You have to say something. Say, Your Excellency. You are looking excellently excellent this morning. And just in case you don't like the way that sounds, can you turn to someone else and say, Your Royal Highness?
Royal Highness.
You are looking panache. You are looking bonito.
Looking panache, looking bonito.
And just in case you want to top it, you can say, Your Royal Majesty. You are looking pepperoni. You are looking spaghetti. Someone is saying, What is spaghetti? Don't worry about it. So it's pasta, right? But don't worry about
That's
it.
what we call it here.
We'll call it spaghetti.
You also have some housekeeping rules, please. A bunch of people have asked, where the bathroom is. It's just to our right. That will be to your left, behind the black curtains. We have toilets there, male and female bathrooms there for you. And if there's any emergency and we need to exit the room immediately, our exits are all the way over here at the end of the hall, and there's one exit behind the stage here. So, like they say on planes, please make sure to check your nearest exit, as it might just be behind you. All right, let's get into it.
You also have the mentor lounge behind. So after every panel session, you need to speak to any of the panelists. You can just find your way to the mentor lounge behind. We have the exhibition stalls. You can visit any of the exhibition stalls and check out their wares. They have fantastic products, fantastic services you want to take advantage of. We also have master classes ongoing while we're in the room. So if you want to participate in any of the master classes, it's just outside inside the hall right here. And we have the pitch to scale competition that started yesterday. So I think the announcements will be made later today. So you want to take advantage of all that as well.
Quick reminder that our mentorship lounge is also at the back of the hall. If you'd like to connect directly with industry leaders, receive guidance, or ask specific business questions, once the lounge is open, we'll let you know and you can do that. It will mostly be with the speakers from today, the panelists as well. But without further ado, let's get into today's business. We're going to be starting off with a talk from one of our sponsors. We are proud to have Providence Bank as one of our key partners this year. Their commitment to supporting African entrepreneurs goes is unparalleled. Now, please put your hands together as we welcome to the stage Mr. Ernest Elue. He's the head of strategy at Providence Bank to share insights on enabling growth and innovation across Africa's business ecosystem. Please put your hands together for Mr. Ernest Elue as he makes his way to the MMC 7.0 stage. Please keep clapping until he gets to the front, please.
Thank you very much, Providus Bank, for being one of our sponsors. We sincerely and deeply appreciate your effort in supporting African entrepreneurs. A round of applause one more time for Providus Bank, everyone.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everybody. All right. I know the compares have said that the energy here is a bit low, but I'm sure that we're all here expecting to have a good time. Am I correct? Am I correct? All right. I'm sure we didn't leave our homes and our offices to come have nothing other than a good time. And so please, as you sit, as you listen, as you partake in all that is going to happen here, I want us to do it with a mindset that we're going to all have a good time. All right. I'm from Providus Bank, and it's a pleasure to be here. I know a lot has been said, and so much has happened in the last days, talking about the Mentor Challenge 7.0 as organized by 234 Finance. It's really been a privilege partnering and being part of what is happening here. I bring greetings from our executive management and all of us at Providus Bank. It's actually a privilege to stand before us. I think that what is happening here is very significant, especially in the history and talking about entrepreneurship here in Nigeria. I think that this is setting a precedent. It's setting a legacy for others to follow. And I'm very sure that 234 Finance and the Mentorship Challenge is going to be looked back, many years from now, and people will point fingers and say that was the start point, that was the change point for greater things happening within the entrepreneurial sector here in Nigeria and beyond. If you believe that, please put your hands together for what's happening here. All right. So thank you very much. So I mean, this is just me saying big thank you and well done to everyone who has been a part of this. I mean, for years now, this has been happening. This is the seventh edition, and it just simply is a beacon of what can happen when collective will is met with action. I believe that the initiators, the founders, the conveners thought that this was important and their own part, playing their own part in ensuring that, the entrepreneurial, the SME sector, has a push and is improved upon. And I am very much impressed with what is happening. And I want to say that this commitment has really challenged some of us to see that outside what the banks, private sectors are doing, even government, individuals can take up the challenge as well to ensure that we move this very critical part of our economy forward. Um, I'm proud to stand here on this journey, not just as a partner, but as an associate in sustainable development for entrepreneurship and SME segment in Nigeria. Our support, I mean, is through initiatives such as this, and we can only say that we're looking forward to doing more with 234. We're looking finance and of course more with the um mentor matchup challenge. We're looking forward to many more years of partnering and ensuring that more is done to improve this sector of our economy. For us at Providus Bank, it's very simple. One of our goals is simply to be um, the preferred SME bank. And it's not just because we want to speak or talk the talk. It's actually because we have taking it as our own way of contributing back to the economy. We all know that the SME sector is the fuel of the real sector, the economy as we know it. It contributes in every way to every nation's GDP. And in thinking, our founders thought that one way to give back to the society, one way to give back to our nation is by improving, the SME, by ensuring that there is growth in the SME sector. And that is why we are looking for partners such as this to ensure that everything we do is tailored towards ensuring that small businesses grow here in Nigeria. And we've just adopted a four-pronged approach to it. Very simple: access to market, access to finance, access to training, capacity building, and of course, products and services. And this is one way that we are building that market. This is one way we're also granting access to markets, to through networking and the likes. And we're sure that everyone who is a part of this, in playing your own part, in playing your own role, would collectively join hands and ensuring that the growth of the SME sector, the growth of the entrepreneurial segment in Nigeria will achieve high high return. So this is me saying thank you once again for this opportunity, and I'm sure that we'll all have a good time. And this is wishing us the very best. Enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you.
If we can just have you back on stage, sir. In our usual MMC fashion, we want to make sure we immortalize this moment in time. So if you can come back on stage alongside Ezine, and I want to reach out to the media team to please make their way to the front of the hall to take their pictures, videos. If we have other members of the Providos team in the hall, please can you make your way to the stage as well? Other members of Providos team, thank you so much. Thank you. All right, you have 20 more seconds to handle your business. Media team, 10 more seconds. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for them one more time as they make their way up. Right. Thank you so much, DJ, for that light background music. Well, we are keeping to time and making sure that we're moving today's event forward as fast as possible. So we're going to our very first plenary session today, which is on international trade. That's practical pathways for unlocking new trade corridors. Africa is rewriting its trade story from exporters of raw materials to exporters of value. This plenary will be exploring the pathways, the policies, the partnerships, and bold decisions needed to unlock new trade corridors for African entrepreneurs. Now, today's global market is shifting faster than ever. And African entrepreneurs are uniquely positioned, as it were, to step into these new opportunities across continents. Now, in this plenary, we're going to be exploring real practical examples, strategies for unlocking new trade corridors from export readiness to cross border partnerships to logistics, regulatory systems, and market entry. Our speakers are industry leaders who have built trade bridges in multiple regions, and they're here to show us and to tell us what is possible. But how can we begin? They're going to be telling us very shortly. Now, joining us on stage are our next set of speakers. Bamidele Sheun Owola, the founder and MD of Welcome to Africa International. If you could please make your way to the stage. Bamidele Sheun Owola. Please put your hands together for her. She makes her way to the stage. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Thank you. Also joining this panel is Ife Agoro. She's the founder of a Dang Lifestyle. Please put your hands together for her. She makes her way to the stage. Yes, you are going now. You look amazing in purple. Please make your way this way. Put your hands together for Ife founder, Dang Lifestyle. And of course, moderating this panel today is the business head. Careful. Moderating this panel today is the business head, Southern Africa region, Nepal Energies. Oh, excuse me, my apologies. My last panelist joining us on stage is Eche Orji. He is the business head at Southern Africa region, Nepal Energies. Just put your hands together for him as he makes his way to the stage, please. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. And finally, our moderator, the managing director of Amila Africa. I'm talking about Letabo Sitole. Please make your way to the stage. Put your hands together for her. Like I said, they're going to be touching on practical ways to unlock sustainable capital for Africa's industrial revolution. Thank you for being here. And this is yours now.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Um, are you happy to be in Lagos for MMC 7.0? Okay, wonderful. By a show of hands, how many people in the room are SMEs? And also by a show of hands, how many people in the room are trading locally and across borders? Okay, so no one is trading internationally in the room? Okay, wonderful. We are going to have a panel discussion on international trade and practical pathways for unlocking new trade corridors, both intra-African and globally. Over the last year, we've seen a huge shift in geopolitics, and it has affected trade and how it looks like quite a lot. From the Trump tariffs to the CBAM in Europe, global trade policies are changing how we trade. And the AFCFTA is here to also change how and what founders and people who are trading to explore some practical pathways and share a little bit more about how you can trade if you're in the room and how you can scale your businesses, how you can enhance your export capacity, and how you can raise trade finance. I'm going to ask my panelists to introduce them so I don't spend too much time reading their bios, but I think what's important is in a very short sentence who they are, what they do, and how their work has allowed them to trade across the continent and also globally. I'll start with Eche.
Thank you, Latabo. Thanks for the introduction. My name is Eche Orji. I head business for Southern Africa region for Nepal and business in Southern Africa region for Nepal Energies Limited. My background's in trade finance, banking, a bit of international operations and technology.
Thank you, Ife.
Hi, my name is Ifedayo Agoro. I'm the CEO of Dang Lifestyle. Right now, the biggest skincare brand in Nigeria. We started in thank you. We started in 2020, started our skincare line in 2021, and we based off our company of a community of women who are not ashamed to tell their stories, who want to grow, who want to evolve. And these same women have been the backbone of Dang Lifestyle today. And since 2021 to today, Dang Lifestyle has sold over 800,000 units of product, and the community is widespread in the UK, USA, Ghana, Kenya, Canada, and the UK. Thank you very much.
Hi, good morning. My name is Bamidele Shon Awola, and I run a company called Welcome to Africa International, where I oversee three key companies. One is Welcome to Africa Connect, where we do investment and trade promotion around the world. Then there's Welcome to Africa Trade, where we currently buy and sell cocoa derivatives, as well as connect buyers and sellers around the world. And more recently, we've established Welcome to Africa Capital, where we're supporting founders to raise capital and a level of micro lending as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we give them a round of applause, please? Thank you. Bamidele, I want to come back to you. I always say that policy lays the foundation for how we do business, and it enables us to grow and unlock um, new pathways for trade. Yeah, the AFCFTA entered into force in 2021, and there's been some challenges, or for some people, I'm an Afro optimist, so I think the AFCFTA is like a magic wand that's going to change our continent. And realistically, the numbers of how we're trading intra-African haven't increased quite substantively. There are people who believe the AFCFTA isn't delivering on its promise. I think from your work and your perspective, what sort of policy um, gaps were missed in the drafting of the legal text and maybe the implementation strategies of the agreements? And how can we, develop and draft and formulate policies that sort of reduce some of the bottlenecks that we see um, persisting in, so enhancing intra-African trade flows.
So I think I'd want to kind of look at like the real issues. And the real issue I think would be infrastructure. I'll give a good example. I remember some time back I was invited to go to Durban in South Africa, and I had to go to Turkey before I could get to Durban. And that's long. Whereas, it's just South Africa. Ideally, there should just be a direct flight. So quite often in trade and even in logistics and moving around, when we talk about intra-Africa trade, I think we should look at the actual real issues. How easy is it to go from Nigeria to some a country, a state in South Africa, for example? It's not that easy. It's easier to go to London. So if it's easier to go to London, why will I want to now say I want to do business in South Africa, for example? Okay, and even when we talk about trades within the African countries. We need to do more to invest in ports across different African countries because quite often as well, if you want to ship using a vessel to Kenya, for example, you may still have to take that vessel to Europe and then back to Kenya. So I think we should look at the actual real issues. Yes, it's nice to trade within Africa, but then if it's too difficult to do so and it's easier for me to trade in Dubai or Lithuania or wherever the case may be, then of course that is what would be prioritized. So I think just looking at the real issues, particularly around infrastructure, we need more infrastructure when we talk about trade within Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bamidele. I think you raise a very important point. When the AFCFTA was negotiated, the free movement of persons was removed from the agreement and placed separately because member states just were not really keen on the free movement of persons in Africa. And the reality is, people move goods. Goods don't just move on their own. And so, if we don't have the free movement of persons, it's going to be very hard to enhance intra African trade and ultimately just see economic integration and economic collaboration, cooperation across borders. If I want to come to you, so trade is about trust, it's about compliance, it's about credibility, it's about consistency. And you've grown a global business, you're exporting to some of the biggest markets in the world. What sort of practical steps do you have for entrepreneurs in this room who are manufacturing in Africa, making African inspired products on meeting global standards and maintaining buyer confidence?
Thank you. The first thing that I've noticed about us, Africans, Nigerians, is the hustle mentality. We just want to hustle rather than create a proper system. And so, in the process of hustling, we put aside everything else that is important that will get us to that global stage. So, your hustle will make you pay for certification without you being qualified. Hustle will let you neglect hiring the right people. Hustle will make you want to employ cheap. Those are the things that will never ever let anyone, grow to the global stage. I feel like when the hustle mentality at first is put away, and the first thought in your head is, am I going to create a sustainable, generational, long standing business? How do I begin this? Then you start from actually creating a business and not a hustle. And one of the things that we need to do in this way first is that whatever it is that we're doing, you need to get your certification right, whatever business that you're in. Sometimes we get to a place in our businesses where we begin to get demands for this certification. And then you look funny, you look unserious, and you look unprofessional when you have not prepared for this or you even have the certification ready. A lot of times, especially, in Africa, when things are allowed to just go by because of who you know or because the system is not so solid enough, for proper certification or people finding out what you're doing, you find out that you can get away with things easily. But when it's time to actually scale that business to take it further, you find that you are not able to get in because you have put in the back burner your certification and everything else you need to grow that business. Uh, Let me tell you because I wrote everything down. I didn't want to miss anything. Okay, so another thing is building sustainability for your business. Again, I talked in the beginning about hiring right, about putting processes in your company, whereby when you're ready to scale, we're ready to export um, to bigger territories, you know that your business can carry it. At the end of the day, you realize that when there's no process, even in your own company, there is no process globally. And so, what do you have? Remember that, especially if you're looking for investors, if you're looking to scale, people who want to invest in you will ask you, they want to see what your business structure is, what your hiring structure is. At the end of the day, if you don't have that, you only have yourself as a business person, you will burn out, you will look unserious. All of these things just, fall back to you looking like you're not ready. And that's also not good for your business. Something else is also investing in the quality and the packaging of your product. I'm not sure people take that really seriously. Badly packaged products cannot survive exportation. It's not possible. There is no way you can finesse it. It will look messed up by the time it arrives at where it's going. And right now, where we are all on a global we all can see each other. Social media, digital space has made us see everything else that is happening in the other side of the world. You can see that your packaging compared to other global brands don't look so good. Why do you not try to make it look better? So look better, be better, not only look better. So you need to invest in proper packaging to make sure that as you transport them, export them, they are able to stand the test of time and they are able to properly compete with all those other brands that you're going to meet in those other, territories. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think what's coming in quite strong for me from Ife's intervention is that systems are going to eat strategy for breakfast anytime, all the time. And so you can have great ideas, but if you don't have the right systems in place, you're not going to survive or compete in the marketplace with people who do have the right systems in place. I'm going to come back to you, Eche, on systems. Nepal Energies is a pan African business, and you've expanded into Southern Africa. I think It's the kind of systems that Ife is talking about that allow a business to expand into new markets. What kind of systems and structures have helped and will help businesses that are looking to enter new markets and expand across the continent? And indeed, globally, I think we always think of African brands as just African brands. I think it's Africa to the world and Africa to Africa.
Thanks, Etabo. Uh, uh, your question is a bit complex and requires um, a complex answer, but I'll try to keep it simple. So for Nepal Energies, as an example of a Nigerian business going international and going into a new region, I would say the first major step is a mindset shift. And that mindset shift has to go from where you are, knowing what you know, on learning that and learning new things. Going into the Southern Africa region has been revealing for us. The standards are different, processes are different, policies are different. And I would say it needs some patience too, because you need to be able to learn cultures, learn nuances, learn how people behave. You need to learn how people view their businesses. You also need to learn local policies. You need to understand how operations work. And the Southern Africa region is quite integrated. So we have some landlocked countries. There's just so much to learn. So it's about unlearning what you already know and keeping an open mind to learn new things and try to bring in the best global standards you can. There's also the aspect of learning, having a wide range of or access to a wide range of policies and procedures. Every day, our team, we learn, we read stuff, we learn, we try to bring in innovation, we try to disrupt the market a little and ensure that we do things better than the people that have been there before. So, just a small piece of advice for anyone trying to move into other markets, especially the Southern Africa market. I think you need to be very patient and you need to unlearn everything you know and just go there as a blank slate. Give it some time, and I think with that attitude, you'll be able to survive in a new environment.
Hello. Thank you so much. Bamidele, we've spoken a bit about market access, market expansion, um, and even trade standards. I think for decades now, the continent has been talking about changing what we trade. I think if we're going to enhance intra-African trade, we not only have to change how we trade, we need to change what we trade, because it's highly unlikely that we're going to be buying raw materials from each other. And so the heavy reliance on raw material exports is right now maybe profitable and the anchor of a lot of African economies. But if we want to see real economic impact, real jobs, real industries, we'll have to start thinking of value addition. What sort of practical interventions, whether it be regulatory, financial, and even technical, do you think we need to look into as a continent to change not only how we trade, but what we trade?
Thank you. So I am actually guilty of exporting raw materials. Okay. However, in as much as I'm guilty of it, I'm guilty of it knowing that we are going to begin to add value to what we export. So I think first of all, it starts with a mindset. So even though, yes, we are exporting raw commodities from Nigeria, we're still doing it with the mindset that, okay, when we make more money, we're now going to buy the machineries that we need to kind of add value to these things. So there's a mindset, okay, because exporting raw materials is easier, it's quicker, you get your money fast. You don't have to deal with a lot of things when that comes with manufacturing. So there's a mindset. Another thing as well is also as it relates to kind of building as a country, Nigeria, and we're already doing that, and we do that through Welcome to Africa Connect, building stronger bridges with countries that have already industrialized. it's an opportunity for them because, of course, it's an opportunity for them to sell their machines and the likes. So that's another thing that as a country, we should do, build stronger bridges with those that have already industrialized. So there's the mindset issue. There's the, working with countries that already have industrialized, and there's also the issue of finance as well. And it is actually profitable to export processed goods. So, for example, in our case, one of the things that we export is cocoa waste, is the waste of the cocoa. And I went to the factory that we sell it to in Europe, and all they do is just clean it. So they clean it and then they sell it for like 10 times what they bought it from us, just because all they're doing is cleaning it. So of course, I'm now thinking, yes, I need to, that thing that they're using to clean it, I need to get it. Okay. So of course, but then of course you need money to get it. So we do now have some mini cleaning machines, but it takes longer, okay, to clean the goods. But again, it's the mindset, like I said, doing your research to understand the countries or where you can buy these machines in the first place, and then of course the financing of it as well. So there's multiple factors involved, but I think the first one is just the mindset that, okay, how do we go from exporting raw commodities to processed commodities?
So you speak a lot about ties with people in other countries and how that helps with your trade relations, learning and seeing what they do. I'll share an experience. So we had a contract this year, and we were exporting avocados from South Africa to a pack house in the UK. And there's two pathways. The first pathway we explored was with the multinational. We pick the avocados, same farmers in Amsterdam, and we were paying 200% more than it was to actually go into Zanin, which is a small little town in Limpopo, in northeast of South Africa. We paid 200% less for the avocados by just developing a pack house where we get from farm, we pack on site, we box on site, we put them on containers, and they land straight in the UK. So I think there is value in finding ways to even just clean and pack in Africa, and not collect African products in another European country to another European country and pay a huge margin for them. I want to speak about cultural ties. South Africa has experienced quite an interesting relationship with the country that Isse currently lives in. And I want to maybe explore the role of the diaspora in helping Africans on the continent explore new opportunities, new trade routes, new collaborations with other Africans in the diaspora. Yeah. Okay, Tata. Mm.
No, no, yeah. So I think I'll take this question because I can be considered as a diaspora that has come back. Um, so I was born and raised in the UK, and I've been living in Abuja now for like 5, 6, 7 years now. Um, so when we talk about, diaspora, it's also a mindset as well. Not everybody wants to come back, and that's fine. It's quite hard to live in Africa, especially if you've been living in the UK, soft life, things work. So I think it's first of all a mindset. You have to be willing to, overcome the challenges associated with living in Nigeria, first, okay? And then I think there's also an information gap. Okay, right now, I remember one time a friend of mine called me from the UK, and he was like, "Oh my God, I heard there's a food security and food crisis in Nigeria. How are you surviving?" And I was just like, "I just come from the restaurant. I'm good. I had really good food." So I think there's an information gap where Um, people have this impression that if you anywhere you go in Nigeria now, there's a war, and I know I'm not trying to downplay, uh, the crisis that does exist, but then it's not as bad, um, as sometimes the media has made it seem. So for the diaspora, that's and I think now that we're approaching 30 December and all of that, the diaspora that are coming in, this is an opportunity for them to say, okay, where and how can they plug into the Nigerian ecosystem? But again, it's still a mindset. It's easier to come and do your 30 December and go back to London than come and you're not sure if you're gonna get light or whatever the case may be. So I think it's a mindset and of course passion. You have to be quite passionate. My mum lives in the UK, my siblings live in the UK, and they're always like, why are you still there? But then, of course, I'm quite passionate about being in Nigeria. So it's a mindset, I would say. And of course, being passionate about wanting to stay and contribute.
So, at the back of what you said, that's coming home, right? What about like people who are over there, right? Because what we have to do when we are Nigerians, that's I'm so sure of. When Nigerians like you or like your product, wherever they are in the world, they will sell your product for you. So I believe that if us as Nigerians, us as Africans can take full advantage of our our people in the diaspora, they will do half of the job for you. Of course, you have to create a system, you have to have good products, you have to have amazing packaging, you have to ship on time, those things on one side. But then these people who love your product, will word of mouth, will come to your pop-ups and all of those things. So I feel based on our experience at Dank, we have used our community in the diaspora so well. When we are promoting, we invite them to pop up. We had a pop up in London, had a pop up in Dallas, and we saw an increase in our sale and revenue because we brought them in and told them, bring 2 people, bring 3 people, and we encourage them to buy gifts for their friends. In Canada, our sale has gone up because we had a campaign where we told them, buy for your friend and get, 20% off, that kind of thing. So I believe very strongly that if we recognize our people in the diaspora and put them to work, especially when you have good products, when you have created a customer centric brand, these people are the ones that will do half of the job for you. And what you have to do is make sure that you create a good system and in your company to be able to meet the demands that they're able to create for you.
Okay. Thank you so much. If you knew what I was going to ask you next. So you spoke to it, and I wanted to ask, you've built a large digital community, and I think your brand has also built a community off of making women, African women, feel seen, and feel like they have a space where we can have honest conversations about products that work for us and products that don't. How have you leveraged digital channels to build a community, but not for the sake of community, but build a community also for your brand and reach people across the world through that community and continue to tell your brand story, to speak of some of the things that we face as women. I know you have your community explores more than just your brand. You speak about being a wife, you speak about moving to America, but how has that helped you grow a community that supports you and your business?
I believe that digital infrastructure is such an amazing tool to collapse distance. Like you feel like, oh, somebody is in Australia and you're in Nigeria and you're just so far away from them. With digital infrastructure, you can just break that down really quickly, especially when you do your research. Our marketing team are fantastic in recognizing what's trending in Ghana, what's trending in the UK, what's trending. So they take advantage of those things when we do our email marketing. We just, send emails, use whatever lingua is trending at the time. Because the truth is, language is a barrier if you don't use it properly. If we went into, for example, let me say Kenya right now, we cannot be selling, or Tanzania, we are not selling products. We're letting them know we see what they're going through. We are so sorry for their trouble. Those things are very important when you're trying to break down a distance when it comes to, getting into new territories. So for us at Dang, that's what we have done. We have looked into our territories. We celebrate their holidays with them. If America is shipping 5 to 7 business days, you have to ship 5 to 7 business days. If this is the type of language they like to hear, you have to use that language for them, because every system is different, but people like to be treated well, no matter what country you're in. The first thing they want to know is they want to be heard, they want to feel seen, and they want to know that you treat them well. And we do that very well at Dang, but in the language that they will hear. If you are doing business elsewhere and you're treating that country like Nigeria, it's going to probably fail. So I believe very strongly in treating communities as they are, but treating them the same as a global community, but using the language that they will hear to treat them. Another thing, you can buy a whole billboard in the largest, biggest roads in these countries. They will never sell as much products as as probably micro influencers or macro influencers. I think that as business people, we are so hung up on using big influencers that we forget that the big influencers, people have become so jaded with them, but the micro influencers are more excited, they cost you less, and they will always, always be believed by their followers, because what's there to lose? So I believe that we have learned to spend less money. This is why our EBITDA is quite high. I'm very proud to say, because we have learned how to use small money to earn big results. So instead of spending too much money on big influencers, on big billboards, TV commercials, start first from the ground up with micro influencers, macro influencers, pop-ups. Those things just break the gap in communication and in the distance that that can create, especially if you are not from the home country of the brand that you of the country that you're trying to push your brand into.
Speaking of digital platforms, I think um, they've created a lot of awareness for Africans on, what's happening on our continent, what's happening in our economy. I think maybe 10 years ago, a lot of people didn't care about what's happening in the energy sector. And now everybody, well, a lot of Africans know that there's some kind of energy transition that maybe Africa is being forced into. Is it just? Is it not? But I think the internet and digital platforms have given us so much access, so much information, and so much knowledge. Just coming back to the energy space, I want to ask you, Eche, uh, from an African perspective, the AFCFTA sort of has unlocked unprecedented trade opportunities. It's a market of 1.4 billion people, $3.4 trillion. What does that look like for the energy sector? One, and secondly, how do we use energy to develop our continent from an industrial perspective? How do we ensure energy security before we rush into an energy transition?
Thanks, Latabo. Um, so I'll take your second question first. That's about ensuring energy security and transition. Um, Almost everybody knows about green initiatives in different countries, the Western world pushing for the green initiatives, carbon credits, and how to generally reduce our carbon footprint around the world. However, for us in Africa, we're not there yet. We're pushing towards that. And those technologies, the green technologies, are quite expensive. But Africa still needs to develop. And because Africa needs to develop, we still need a lot of energy security. So a lot of countries, a lot of companies, businesses need to find a balance, a trade-off between security and sustainability, for lack of a better word, between security and sustainability of energy. So I think Africa will still need a lot of fossils for the near future. While we try to transition into green energy, we have to just strike that balance and ensure that energy is available for development. Now, to your second question about the AFC FTA, which, just like you, I think it's a miracle. It's a miracle initiative. It's a fantastic initiative. They're the event partners here, and I think for those who don't know about it, it's very laudable. It has its challenges, it's going through phases, and it's improving every day. But the aim is for African countries to be able to trade freely or at least seamlessly between each other. And in that energy space, we see that happen a lot, intra-Africa trade. So Nepal in Southern Africa moves products from different parts. We've moved from Nigeria down to Southern Africa. We've had a lot of challenges, which we're hoping that the AFC FTA will address in time. You have quality differences of petroleum products. You have pricing structures that are different. You have logistics different. You have so many differences, and even the currencies. The currencies are different, and there's something else the AFC FTA has pushed forward, which I don't know if many people are aware of, which is called PAPS, the Pan African Payments System. It's supposed to ease intra Africa trade, and it has its challenges too. But if we could sit down as African countries to sort out these challenges, they're not very easy because almost every country has its unique challenges. But if we can do that, we solve a huge major problem for intra-Africa trade. I mean, trading is buying and selling. You use cash, you use money to buy, and you sell to get money. So that integrated payment system is very essential for intra-Africa trade. And I think AFC FTA is at the forefront of that. And the future looks very bright for us in Africa.
Thank you so much. I don't know if anyone else in the room noticed that the CEO of PAPS was actually here earlier. So Mental Matchup Challenge really is the place to be. Well done, Ezine and the team for bringing the right stakeholders in the room. Don't miss the opportunity to network and meet people, mentors, mentees, collaborators, and partners to grow yourself both personally and professionally and otherwise. For the next 2 minutes, we're going to pretend Africa is one big country. And for one day, my panelists are the presidents of Africa as one big country. And I want to know what's one big intervention that they would take on to transform the future of Africa as a country's trade. I'll start with you, Bami.
I was hoping that you'll start with my sister here. Well, so I think for me, if I was to do one thing, and it's something that we do already, is perhaps changing the perception of Africa in the first place. I think if we change the perception of the continent collectively, then of course we'll attract even more investments. There'll be more trade, uh, and of course, there could be that mutually beneficial development across the countries in Africa. So I think one thing we do need to collectively do is changing the perception of the continent globally. That would be one thing.
Am I audible now? Bamidele, rather, I'm sorry, as president is changing the perception. There is a study by Africa Praxis into actually how much money in billions of dollars we lose every year because of perceptions as a continent. And because of perceptions, we lose a lot of investments into the continent. So I think that's a great intervention. I'll go to you, Ife, one day as president, and you're going to change one big thing about the continent's trade.
Okay, so I feel like Mami and I can be presidents together because she said one part I really love. But what I would like to do is create proper manufacturing system per region. Our trade corridor is so complicated that we cannot, as one African country, have one manufacturing system. So we have to create it per region just so that it will be easy to access at the ports. For example, Ghana, Cameroon, Nigeria, and all of these, West African countries. Same with Southern, Eastern, so that we are not importing raw materials from, outside of the continent, which makes it so expensive. I think it's ridiculous. She mentioned that you bring in raw materials, process, take it back. It's just a very expensive process. Because of how divided Africa is, the trade ports are difficult. I don't even know if there's another word worse than difficult. It's so difficult. It's more expensive for me to send package from Nigeria to South Africa than it is for me to send packaging from Nigeria to the UK or even the USA. It makes no sense. I don't think that we are actually putting all of these things into consideration right now. So if I were president, I would definitely put proper manufacturing system in place where they are going to be in regions so that it's easy for us to trade better in trade corridors according to our regions.
Amazing. Ife is developing our manufacturing base and our value chains. I think that's so important. You raise a really important point there on the cost of shipping a container in Africa is 40% higher than the global average. And so, the right infrastructure, developing those value chains will help us reduce those trade costs and allow us to facilitate trade more efficiently. Eche, you're president of Africa for a day. What are you doing for our trade trajectory?
Um, I think as president for a day, I will two things I'll do. First of all, if I haven't adopted the AFCFTA and PAPS, I will quickly adopt that because the vision is very good, and the vision will really unite Africa. And the second, my second action will be to charge the banks in Africa, all the banks, all the types of banks, from the local banks to the multinational banks, to have a different view about finance and access to finance. There's so many African businesses that could do a lot in terms of finance and especially infrastructure finance. So there's infrastructure finance, there's SME finance, the corporate finance. The bank should do a lot more. We have a lot of SMEs, a lot of businesses that struggle. And one of the reasons why Nepal is able to enter the Southern Africa region, stay in the Southern Africa region, and thrive, it's largely due to access to finance. So if every African business can have some access to finance, no matter what tier of business you are, I think I'll charge everybody, central banks, DFIDs, local banks, commercial banks, everybody should give businesses access to finance.
Thank you so much. Our time is up. Thank you so much for joining the session. And the panelists will be in the mentorship room for the next 15 to 20 minutes. So if you want to speak to Ife, Eche, or Bamidele, please meet them at the back of the room for a mentorship session. I am personally going to ask Ife again about the crazy things she's done for work. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Please put your hands together for them one more time. That was very enlightening. And of course, in our usual MMC fashion, media team, we need you to come and take pictures. Izine will be joining the panelists on stage as well. We've just finished our very first panel for today, the fourth panel at the seventh edition of the Mentor Matchup Challenge. All right, media team, give it a whirl. All right, then thank you again to our incredible panelists. We appreciate you. And they will now be making their way to the mentorship lounge for deeper discussions. And of course, for those interested, now would be a good time to make your way to to the mentorship lounge.
Well, we have some announcements to make following this.
Vision. About 16 years ago, when we started VFD, there were 35 young men and women who came together and ultimately raised 2.5 million naira to start a business. 16 years after, that business has a total asset of about 400 billion. That business is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. That business actively trades on the exchange. Today, that business is raising 50 billion as part of its rights exercise. In the year 2024, the business had a profit, PBT, of 12.5 billion. Now, if you look at that journey on all measures in itself is an incredible journey. But it would not have been possible if there were not people that supported it. That difficulty of bringing something to bet and scaling it so that it starts to provide for a vast majority of people is one that requires the support of systems and the support of the economy. But you see, it wasn't an easy journey because in reality, like most of you know, young people, when you go to apply for a job, they would ask 2 year experience is required, 4 years experience is required. Well, how do you get someone fresh out of school to have 4 years experience? And so for us, the initial difficulty was we had not built a company, we didn't have a track record. And so it was extremely difficult for us to raise capital. But guess what? 5 years down the line, we've developed the track record, we've developed successes and good stories, but it was still extremely difficult for us to raise capital. We got listed on the exchange, undoubtedly became a major force in the Nigerian economy, but it was still difficult for us to raise capital. Now, I'm not talking about VFD. I'm talking about the story of the young people here today who have similar ambitions and want to do great things with themselves. If it was extremely difficult for us back then, and it's still difficult now, how do we ensure that the young people who have the dreams and the aspiration can realize it? And that's where events like this matter a lot. And that's why it's extremely important. Today, I'm urging, first of all, that we must give young people a chance. It's not essentially by them taking it by force. No. We must provide a conducive atmosphere that allows them to prosper, allows them to dream and to realize their dreams. And so, like you say, mentorship is a great thing, but there's something significantly better than mentorship. It's active mentorship. How do you get mentors that are not just vested, but invested in the lives of the people that they mentor, their mentees? The things you need to do to be successful. But hardly did they invest in us. They were vested, yes, but they didn't invest. Now, I think that it's extremely important that if you see a young person with a strong dream, demonstrated commitment to that effort, and you see that the person has the right attitude, you owe it to that individual to invest. Extremely important. Because you can't tell what the dream will turn out to be. In our case, it was extremely difficult for anyone back then to see what we would turn out to be. And so my charge to everybody here who is currently in a position to mentor people is to not only be vested in their success, but also be invested in their success. The second thing is that you need to allow young people fail. It's only through an environment that can accommodate failure that people can experiment, people can try, people can fail, and people can learn. So, in your journey on supporting the young people, your journey in not just being vested in them, but invested in them, you should allow for them to fail. Not all your investments will be profitable. And when they come out not so profitable, you must realize that an atmosphere where there are venture investors is such that it allows for 19 people out of 20 people to fail, so that even if the one person succeeds, that person succeeds in a way that the community is better off. The third thing for me is that when you invest in young people and some fail and some prosper, you must be committed to accept the reforms that they will come with, because they see the world differently. But more importantly, they constitute a vast majority of our population. Today, 19 and below represents easily 50% or more of our population, which means that every single thing you know today in its form would be changed one way or the other. Every business model would be adjusted by the innovations of the young people based on their preferences and how they see life. The structures that served our fathers are gone, and the structures that are currently serving us would be significantly altered. So we must accommodate for the innovation of young people, be it in the market, be it in banking, be it in insurance, be it in any aspect of life. Those innovations will come. Regulators must also accept that when these innovations come, you have to regulate around their needs, because that is the only way you can secure the future. I'm very pleased to be here today. I commend very strongly the work that has been done, and I urge all of us to build a future based on embracing the innovation, the energy, and the competitiveness of the young people, most of which represent us in this room today. It's a pleasure to be here, and I do deeply appreciate everyone's coming here. Thank you, and have a fantastic day.
Can we have Izine back on stage, please? Thank you. Please put your hands together one more time. We just want to make sure we take pictures. Is Izine in the room? We need you on stage, please. I guess not. Can we take? We can say. We have to take pictures, sir. We'll fill in for Izine. In the meantime, maybe you can catch her on the red carpet. Yeah, team, let's do this. Okay, just one more second. Isn't it almost here? Thank you very much, sir, for your patience. Thank you. We've just listened to Mr. Nonso Opala is the GMD CEO of the VFD Group, and he touched on his keynote address was the VFD Group story, vision, growth, and opportunity. And we do know him as a visionary leader whose insights on corporate innovation and scaling enterprises inspire both established businesses and emerging entrepreneurs alike. So thank you so much for being here. And we are moving very quickly to our next agenda. But before we do that, just a reminder again that we have our master classes going on, and as well as the mentorship lounge as well. We're going to be going on a very short tea break. a tea break. We have places set up on the left hand side, and on the right as well. So please let's make sure to use both places so that we don't have a place that has too many people. So we're going to go on this short tea break, but please, ladies and gentlemen, use this time to stretch, to network, to refuel, because we're only getting started. The tea is served in the networking area, but please ensure to return promptly as we have a very exciting appearance next. A little bird just told me that we have a superstar, uh, public speaker, comrade. Why can I call him a politician? I guess he kind of dabbled into that for a bit. I'm talking about Olubankole Wellington. A lot of you know him as Banky W. Who is excited to see Banky W today? If you don't clap, we'll not bring him after the break. Oh. Who is excited to see Banky W in the building today? Fantastic. He's going to be joining us after the tea break. It's a very short one, about 30 minutes. And we have again on stage with us. He was on here. He performed very beautiful solo guitar performance. And I believe he was giving a 25% discount off if you book him from the MMC 7.0 event today. So we're going to go on that short break now. And when we come back, our very first speaker will be Banky W. All right, then, we're ready for you. Please put your hands together for him, please. Thank you. So while that is going on, feel free to approach for some tea. Thank you.
Remember, there's only one race, and that's the human race, okay? A-T-1.
to practice. He comes to practice the next day. Kobe Bryant is in a full cast and he's shooting with the other hand. Why? Because he's trying to learn how to shoot with his non dominant hand so that when he's in a game, he can shoot with either one. I use this example to show you about a dedication, somebody who was dedicated to competence, to consistency, to keep going, to keep working, to keep developing. Um, this has been true in my personal life because as I'm standing here before you, for most people, it's either music or film. But people may not know that I have a bachelor's degree in engineering. I have a master's degree in public policy management. I have a filmmaking degree from the New York Film Academy. I have a fellowship with the Desmond Tutu African Business Leaders Fellowship. I've done another fellowship in Capitol Hill. In fact, when I was in the US doing my master's, I did a fellowship in Congress on Capitol Hill. Why? Because I'm intent on building my competence so that when I sit at a table, it's not because they know a song or a film that I did, but because I'm actually qualified and competent enough to sit there and have these conversations. So, for my young people, for my students, for my young entrepreneurs in the building, never stop learning, never stop investing in yourself, never stop going on that journey where you are dedicated to your craft and your competence. Are you with me? Am I making sense? All right, the next one, quickly, and I'm running out of time, is collaboration. And this is just the stakeholder and the resource management phase. The most effective leaders are collaborative. And this is simply building a coalition with those who believe in you and then building a bridge towards those that don't. I have a quote that I like to say here. It says, ambition without structure leads to burnout, and structure without ambition leads to mediocrity. So for me, if you look at my business life with EME, which was once a record label, is now a strategic communications agency. My partnership with Tunde Demure, who's my business partner and he's been my best friend since we were 13 years old, is really the secret behind everything that we were able to do. It's it's the idea that I have something that I'm good at, and you have something that you're good at, and we team up and we work together and we build something that neither of us could have done by ourselves. And that's really what collaboration is about. But as you're collaborating, make sure that you put in the structure. Somebody asked me a question outside that, if I was going to give a piece of advice to a business person, a young business person in here, what would I say? And this is what I said. I said, most people go into business because there's something that you like, that you're passionate about, that you just really enjoy. And you say, okay, maybe I'm good at cooking, so I'm going to start a restaurant. Or I like food, so I'm going to start a restaurant. The problem with most people is that you don't create a business, you actually create a job. And so your restaurant doesn't work unless you are the one in the kitchen helping them cook and making sure the food is exactly the way that it is supposed to be. Or your tech solution doesn't work unless you are the one doing the coding. And the reality is that we all start business without the resources and the people that we need. But make sure that you are starting a business, not a job. What do I mean? Even if you pull up your vision board for your company and you have CEO, Banky W, COO, Banky W, head of marketing, Banky W, you have that vision in place so that as you grow, you can start to fire yourself from those roles so that you've built a system that produces a profitable result and not a job that you can never fire yourself from. Are you getting it? So you put in the structure and you find other people to collaborate with on that structure. And then as you grow, you remove yourself and be working on your business, not in it. Amen, somebody. All right, let's go. Next one. Courage. Okay. Courage is simple, but it's probably one of my favorite keys. And the idea behind courage is that there's a quote from a guy called Zig Ziglar, which I really love, which says, "You don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great." The reality is resources, relationships, all of that follows courage. If you don't have the courage to step out, and I should celebrate, we should celebrate all the young people in here because it takes courage to do what you're doing, to come here, to put yourself out there. And that's really what courage is about. One of my favorite scriptures in the Bible, and sorry, I'm also a pastor, so you get small Bible whenever anytime I'm talking, so just bear with me. But one of my favorite stories in the Bible is the story of Peter when the angel takes him out of prison. And the Bible says the angel comes in and says, get up. He gets up and the chains fall off of his hands. And then the angel leads him past the prison guards and past everything. And then it says they get to the gate. I'm sorry, they get to the gate, the iron gate of the city, and the gate opens up to them of its own accord. And what that always said to me is that some doors and some gates are motion activated. It's like when you get to the airport, if you don't get close enough to the door never opens. Are you with me? So you have to take steps, even when you don't know where the road is leading to. Just be courageous and bold and resilient enough to keep moving forward, keep putting one foot in front of the other. All right, so we talked about clarity of vision. Are you together? Are you with me? Thank you. We talked about clarity of vision. We talked about character. We talked about competence. We talked about collaboration. We talked about courage. I will skip to let's skip past this because we talked about the up north story. I'll touch briefly on this. This is just about crisis management. Um, this is the idea that can you have faith after you fail? How do you handle losing? Can you realize that failure is an event, it's not your identity? Um, I have probably what most people would call a failure. I don't, but most people would say that when you don't win an election, that is a failure event. But failure is not your identity, it's just an event. So, how do you handle failure? How do you have faith after a failure? The quote about the man in the arena, I don't know if you guys have ever read it, but the idea that as at least you had the heart to try what you wanted to try and you went after it and you pick yourself up, you dust yourself off and you keep going. So there's a quote that I have here that says you may fall or you may fly, but at least you had the heart to try. So you never stop trying, you never stop putting one foot in front of the other. The last one that I have here is just, and this is personal to me, and I never try to impose my spirituality on anybody. I realize this is a business conference, but I think and I've found in my life that my relationship with my creator is at the foundation of everything that I am and everything that I ever will be. All that I have he gave me, all that I am he made me. And the truth is that there's a God shaped void inside of every person. And you can try and fill it with your business, you fill it with money, with success, with women, with partying. Trust me, I've tried all of the above. But until you start to fill that void with God, you will still come up empty. And so find a way to find yourself back in a relationship with your creator, because that is the thing that makes everything else that we've talked about today make sense. And with these few points of mine, I hope I've been able to convince you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I believe at some point after this, I'm going to do a closed door session with all the young entrepreneurs in the building where we can get into this a bit more. I can take questions and we can interact. I want to give a very special shout out to Ezine. Where is she? There she is. Thank you so much for putting this together and everybody that supported this. God bless you.
But before you leave the stage, please, before you leave, we want to just take some pictures, make sure we immortalize this in time. It's not every day that you have a Banky W on stage speaking to us. Ezine, please. Thank you. If you could just go to the center right there. Fantastic. Very inspiring words as always. Thank you so much, Banky. And like he said, once he's done taking his pictures, he'll be connecting with select entrepreneurs in a closed door session very shortly. Of course. Sir.
Praise the Lord.
Hallelujah.
I want to publicly affirm that what banking said is the foundation of who we are, who we'll ever want to be. I'm so proud of you, Banky, for all that you mean to this nation.
Fantastic. If by some chance you're just making your way into the hall, you just missed a very powerful talk. But Banky did touch on quite a number of C's: competence, clarity of vision, compassion, courage. crisis management. And I think the one thing that he said that made our daddy here get on stage just to acknowledge him is to always acknowledge the creator. Thank you so, so much, sir.
I'd like to quickly announce that we have a masterclass ongoing right now, the Trade and IP Masterclass, how entrepreneurs can use intellectual property to access African and global markets under the AFC FTA, led by Olarunke Walker. She is the program officer, World Intellectual Property Organization, WEPO, in Nigeria. So please, that masterclass is very important. If you are creative, you have IPs that you need to take advantage of, especially with the AFC FTA. So please, you want to proceed into the rooms where we have the masterclass ongoing at this point. Before we proceed to our next speaker, I don't know if Banky is seated already on his seat. I have a little story to tell about Banky. So something happened. Where's Banky? Um, I don't know if he would hear us. So something happened recently. We were driving in Banky's car. We were heading to Ebuka's house, and so we were at a military checkpoint. So Banky said, "Let me show you that these guys are fake officers; they're not real." He came out of the car and gave one a dirty slap and said, "Come out!" And the officers ran away. So he said, "That is how you identify fake officers. These are bandits in uniform." So when next you see military officers on the road and you want to identify their real, you come out and give them what? A dirty slap. If they run away, you have done this country great service. But if they do not run away, you have done your family great disservice. Please put your hands together for Pastor Baki. So please, we have the masterclass for intellectual property happening at the back right now. Would like you to take advantage of that session. That's a very important masterclass you do not want to miss. It is titled Trade and Intellectual Property, how entrepreneurs can use IP to access African and global markets under AFCFTA, led by Olaronke Walker, the program officer at the World Intellectual Property Organization in Nigeria. So please do take advantage of that session.
All right, then thank you so much, Ken. We're moving on now to our next keynote address. This is more like a mentorship story. This is more than just a speech, it's a story of vision and entrepreneurial endurance. Our next speaker is a business leader, an investor, a philanthropist, and a symbol of strategic thinking in Africa's business landscape. I'm talking about the CEO of Kate Group, Dr. Chima Ayaso. Please put your hands together for him as he makes his way to the stage. He's going to be speaking to us and telling us, giving us rather, the story, the Kate story, how they're able to build success through people, through purpose, and partnerships. Please keep putting your hands together for him as he makes his way to the MMC 7.0 stage.
If you're putting your hands together, please, you can make it better. Thank you very much, Dr. Chima. Thank you so much. We appreciate your commitments to helping and developing Africa.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think the day is very fast spent, so I will try to be as moderate as possible, but I can't guarantee you that I'm going to keep to the time that has been allocated to me. Um, Good afternoon, everyone. Are we together in the room? Hello. Very good afternoon to you all. Um, as a very good student who listens when important people are speaking, and as one who still wants to be mentored, I always take notes when I'm in this kind of room. So please bear with me
I will definitely exceed my time because, like my pastor will say, monkey, not a born goat. So, as Pastor Paul's son, I won't disappoint him. But please, don't let him know I said this. Um, I was taking notes. So before I go into my own keynote speech, I'm just going to specially appreciate the last speaker, my brother, Honorable, because once an honorable, always an honorable, whether you lose or you win. So Banky, are you still in the room? Congratulations. In politics, there is no lose, because um, for every time you don't make it is an opportunity to try again. And if you keep trying, one day you will definitely get there. So Banky, I want to especially thank you for that thought-provoking lecture. Always a pleasure to share the stage with you and to listen to you speak. And even more interestingly, watch you act and sing now that you are fully born again like us. It makes it even more interesting and glorious because I bet you without Christ, you are only running around in a very big circle. So, um, well done, my brother. And like he said, guys, find your why and your purpose. Um, talking about talking about purpose, very, very important. And it's in my keynote address. So we will get there very shortly. So once again, Banky, thank you very much for joining us today. So again, let me um, quickly, speaking from experience, as both a former uh, initiator looking for an investor and now an investor to the glory of God, I want to slightly disagree with the speaker before Banky W, my brother Nonso Okpara, when he said, if you see a good person with good prospects, that you must invest in them. I disagree. Not completely, but just that is not a must that you will invest in everything that looks good. If not, you will make mistakes. For every venture, you must weigh the pros and the cons. And you must do your proper research and proper studies to be sure that your investment will be secured. And because it is not everything that starts well that ends well. Are you with me? This is to investors. Also, however, I agree with him where he said that there should be room to fail. I agree because one of my senior friends, Chief Dr. Chidi Iyebu, the owner of Chisco Transport, once told me that he is not interested in people who have not failed before because they don't have much experience. But that when you fail, on your way up, you pick up something valuable. You pick up an experience that you cannot learn in school. So it's okay to fail sometimes, but when you fail, do not stay down. Pick yourself up quickly and keep it going. So, having said that, you will agree with me that I am a very good student that listens. Now we are going to go into my 1 hour, 30 minutes keynote address. Are you ready? Hello, students. Hello, students. Are you ready to listen to your professor? This you're not going to learn in any university. So let me first of all acknowledge my dear wife who is here with us, Mrs. Adanna Ayaso. Please help me give her a round of applause. Thank you for coming to cheer me up and for always standing by me. I also want to acknowledge my two beautiful sisters that are in the room and also our friends that are here with us, both the guys and the ladies. Thank you all for coming. God bless you all. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And welcome to the 7th edition of the Mentor Matchup Challenge with this year's theme, Building Bridges from Equitable for Equitable Trade. My name is Dr. Chimobi Desmond Ayanso, and I am the Group Chairman of CADES Group of Companies Limited. I'm here to perform a very simple task of delivering a keynote address for this year's edition. But before I do that, I would like to specially thank the organizers of this event for their dedication and hard work over the years. I remember the very first edition of this mentorship challenge that was held in one small box room somewhere in Lagos Island. As small as the venue was, even with the small turnout of participants, we had a very incredible experience. And we spent the whole day teaching and learning amongst ourselves. But my joy today is that from that small matchbox somewhere on Lagos Island, out of determination and resilience, see where we are today at the Lagos Oriental Hotel. I will put our hands together for the organizers. And this is the second time this event is being held here. And I have no doubt that we are moving forward to much more greater future. All because one young lady who believes in her dream made this possible. Let's put our hands together once again for my dear, beautiful niece, Mrs. Ezinne Mwazulu. Is she here? Thank you, Ezinne, for staying. Like I said, we are moving forward. So now, let's get to business. The topic that has been assigned to me today says the CADES story, building success through people, purpose, and partnership. So a lot of times when people hear my story, how my entrepreneurial journey began, they find it difficult to reconcile how a young man of 26 years old could venture into such a capital-intensive sector as oil and gas trading with all its challenges and competition. So what's the true story behind the success of CADES? I had people, I had purpose, and I had partnership. So let's start with people. Experience is important if you must succeed in business and in life. But like I said on the video in the build up to this event, it doesn't have to be your own experience. You can learn from the experience of others. I had industrial veterans who were willing to share knowledge with me, mentors who genuinely poured their years of experience into me. One of such mentors was my first boss and my only boss, the only man that I have worked for, Mr. Ikechukwu Okolo. He gave me my first job. This was in 2003 as a fresh graduate. It was while I was working for him that my NYSC call up letter came. And his company wrote to NYSC requesting that I be posted back to their company so that I could continue to do the good job that I was already doing in the organization. I worked very closely with Mr. Ike. He showed me the ropes, introduced me to some of the key people in the industry at the time who helped me to grow and venture out at the right time. There was also Mr. Walter Waba Shome, another kind and generous gentleman who still stands in my corner today. Mr. Walter supported me generously with his extensive contacts and even financially at the early stages of the formation of Cades Oil and Gas. Also, Madam Nepal, as we fondly call her, my elder sister, Barrister Mrs. Ngozi Ekoma. She was like my guardian angel. I was young, ambitious, and full of energy. She provided me with wise counsel. She rooted for my success so genuinely and lovingly. She was also the person that introduced me to my first boss. So I give her all the credit. If she's here, Ms. Sekoma, are you in the room? I think she said she was coming from Abuja. Wish you safe travels. So number 2 is purpose. At the launch of Cades Oil and Gas in 2006, I had a clear vision and understanding of exactly what I wanted to achieve with this company. At the time, the downstream petroleum industry in Nigeria was characterized by erratic product supply, operational inefficiencies, and unreliable distribution channel, all of which hindered the productivity of both multinational oil majors and local players. When I identified this gap, my sole purpose and ambition, with a clear sense of mission, was to create enabling a dependable, efficient, and structurally sound alternative in petroleum product supply. Everything I did was geared towards achieving this goal. This meant getting a deep understanding of the industry structure, how products were imported, allocated, transported, and delivered coastal versus inland supply chains, how marketers assessed products, how major marketers structured their procurement, seasonal shortage, and price inflations. This knowledge made it possible to identify where the system was failing and how to fix it. Our purpose was clear to us, and we did whatever we needed to do to achieve the goal that we had set for ourselves. Lastly, is partnership. When Cades Oil and Gas Limited was founded, resources was limited. The challenges of operating within the energy sector were significant, and the competition included established industrial giants. Yet, within a short period, Cades grew from an emerging player into a respected, reliable partner in Nigerian downstream industry. One of the most defining element of that growth was the ability to build and sustain strategic partnership. I remember between 2008 and 2014, Cades had a global trading line of about 14 billion naira between Guarantee Trust Bank, Access Bank, Diamond Bank, and First Bank. This is between 2008 and 2014. That's between the age of 28 and age of 34. You can go and verify. So, as a young entrepreneur at the age of 26, entering a sector traditionally dominated by old established operators required more than ambition. It demanded credibility, collaboration, and the ability to form alliances with people and institutions who believe in the vision. Between 2006 and 2012, the biggest advantage in downstream trading was access. So, how did we gain access? Networking with depot managers, product importers, and marine logistic operators, building relationships with midstream companies that had import quotas, partnering with larger marketers to supply their overflow demand, establishing credibility with financial institutions willing to support our trade. This gives us early access to products when others struggle. Like I said, we were able to access incredibly amounts of financial support with some of the biggest financial institutions. I remember when I got my first credit line of 1 billion naira. I was in my house in Oniru, and the alert came in from Guarantee Trust Bank exactly 11th of April 2007. I still have the offer letter. 1 billion in 2007. You can convert it, that's over $10 million at the age of 27. So partnership helped us overcome early limitations by enabling shared risk, shared knowledge, and shared opportunities. Suppliers, financiers, logistic providers, government agencies, and established operators became not just associates, but collaborators in building an innovative, dependable supply chain solution. So instead of competing against the established system, cadres worked with it until we became an essential part of the system. So the entrepreneurial journey that started in 2006 as a small petroleum trading company has now grown to become what we know as the Cadres Group. So, what key insights can I share from this journey? Running a diversified business group in Nigeria presents both immense opportunity and complex challenges, from energy to real estate to hospitality. I'm sure you know more in the real estate now and also in the hospitality sector. Sorry, my time is up, but I'm going to just run it through. So each sector operates with different market dynamics, regulatory environments, and customer expectations. Yet, certain principles remains universal for any entrepreneur seeking to build a resilient, future-focused conglomerate like Cadres Group. I will give you only 3 of these principles for want of time. Sector diversification must be strategic, not accidental. You grow by entering industries where you can add value, leverage existing strength, and solve real problems. Core, compatibility, and transformable. If you have established a culture of loser-focused tax execution in real estate, that culture will automatically be replicated in another. Plan long-time growth plan. Be sure that you are ripe for the diversification. This will ensure that expansion strengthens the group rather than stretching it. Number 2 is strong system and governance are the backbone backbone of growth. While the right people are essential in building a successful business, only strong systems and structures can sustain it. People ignite the vision, but systems and structures keep the vision alive. Set up structures that will stand when individuals fail. Number three, and the last, is talent is the most valuable asset in multi-sector group. A CEO cannot run every business personally. The real strength lies in recruiting capable managers, developing young, ambitious, talented people, empowering team to make decisions, and building a leadership culture of discipline and excellence. Strong people create strong companies. So, as chairman of Cadres Group, I have learned that every great enterprise is built not in a day, but through consistent discipline, the right guidance, and a commitment to long-term thinking. So, to the founders and young leaders here today, I encourage you to embrace mentorship because no one can succeed alone. Seek out those who have walked the path before you. Their wisdom will shorten your learning curve and expand your horizon. If you allow me to digress just a little bit, 2 days ago, I was watching a video on social media where this young man called Enviable posted his end of year um, company um, meeting or something. And it reminded me so much of me 20 years ago. This is a young man that has built a business from nothing, from the village in Umuahia, from his village in Ebonyi State, from riding keke. He has built a multi-billion naira company that is now, just as the name says, the envy of a lot of young people. Why? Because he was very strategic. And one thing I noticed that he has done is to hide himself under a strong mentor. That's my friend Obi Kubana. Because no matter what happens, Obi will never allow him to fail. Of course, he will have his juvenile delinquencies. He will make his mistakes as a young man. We all made that mistakes at a very young age when I had so much money in my disposal. I made a lot of mistakes. Today, if I go to the club 1 hour, I will start falling asleep. But those days, we do like 4, 5 clubs in a day, from this club to that club, spending money and all of that. But as you get older, those things will not interest you anymore. So I know he will make his mistakes, but the fact that he has strategically hidden himself under a strong mentor, you will see that those mistakes will be very, very minimal. Because even when he goes wrong, the mentor will be there to correct him. And even if everything comes falling down, we, the friends of the mentor, will also come in and give support. So that is why it's important to have a very strong mentor with strong character. So remain disciplined in your work and in your character. Discipline is the bridge between vision and achievement. And it is what separates wishful thinking from real progress. Above all, think long term. The business that stands the test of time are built with patience, resilience, and a clear sense of purpose. Do not chase shortcuts. Invest in knowledge, relationships, values, and systems that will outlive you. The future belongs to leaders who are grounded, focused, and committed to building not just for today, but for generations to come. So Having said all this, I want to thank you all for coming to support our dear sister, Ezinne Mwazulu, and for listening to me. Thank you, and God bless you all.
If you could please just remain on stage, sir. We'd just like to take some pictures. Please, Ezine, can you join us on stage? I appreciate you. You've just listened to Dr. Chima Ayaso, and he's touched on a number of things. I heard you saying that back in the day, you were the ones going to 4, 5 clubs in one night, but not anymore. You have retired. You have passed it on. Isn't it? Can you join us on stage, please? Thank you so much. Our media team, you already know the drill. You know what to do. We've just listened to Dr. Chima, very insightful mentorship story, and he will be moving on shortly to join the exclusive. Okay, please, please, can you join us on stage? We have his wife in with us and his sisters. Family, please join us on stage. We'd like to immortalize this moment in time. Please join us. Thank you so much for being here. Isn't it? Can anybody? Okay, fantastic. I'm sure you've done like 6,000 steps today. Fantastic. All right, then DJ, just play us some nice soothing music while we take our pictures. They say behind every successful man is an even more successful woman. Well, in this place, we have about 3 of them. Please join us on stage. Please, we still have friends, Dr. Chima's friends. He wants you on stage. Please come on. Thank you. And just make your way here, just behind the speakers. Please be careful. Would there be anybody else joining us on stage before we wrap this up? Thank you. Thank you for coming up. If you were listening to that keynote speech, it was more than just a speech, it was a story of vision, a story of grit, a story of entrepreneurial endurance. Dr. Chima is not just a business leader, he's an investor and a symbol of strategic thinking in Africa's business landscape. So we thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your time. And like I said, once he leaves the stage, he'll be moving on to the mentorship lounge for exclusive one-on-one conversations. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for them as they make their way off the stage. People, put your hands together for Dr. Chima and his beautiful family. Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. Yes. Thank you, sir. All right, then. So we just finished with our keynote address, and we're going to be going very quickly now to our second panel of the day. Now, this panel touches on hospitality and tourism, the rise of Afrocentric tourism. And I'm looking at the people on this panel list, and they definitely are some of our ambassadors. They've taken our culture not just to other African countries, but to other continents as well. We do know that Africa is becoming one of the world's most compelling destinations. Nigeria in itself is one of the world's most compelling destinations, especially around this time that we like to tag Dirty December, but not just for its beauty, but for its culture, its creativity, its hospitality, and its unforgettable experiences. Now, this panel session will be examining how Afrocentric tourism is reshaping global travel trends, attracting investment, and creating new economic pathways. Our panelists have built brands, destinations, and experiences that have put Africa, but most importantly, Nigeria on the world map. And today, they'll be helping us understand where the real opportunities lie. I'm going to be calling on a panelist to come forward. I'll be starting with someone who, anytime I see, I always warn him, I'll say, hey, where's my jollof rice? I'm talking about Chef Tolu Eros. He's the CEO of Chef Eros and Co., the only chef I know that has cooked for dignitaries, actors, actresses. In fact, I call him a celebrity chef at this point. Please put your hands together for Chef Tolu Eros. The most fashionable chef. We see you. Welcome, welcome. Just make your way over there. Thank you. I'll be calling on the next panelist. She is the director of sales at Eco Hotels. Last time I saw her, they were putting together a play, fantastic futuristic play at Eco Hotel, the first of its kind. Please put your hands together for Dr. Iyaduni Atinuke Badebo. She's rocking that afro like the queen that she is. Please put your hands together for her. She makes her way to the stage. Fantastic. All right, then I'll also be calling to the stage the general manager for Penobscot Real Estate. I'm talking about Lola Oyewole Udoabo. Please put your hands together for her. She makes her way to the stage. I'm loving everybody's rocking something African. I love it. I love it. There's the Ashoke, there's the Ankara, and now I'm seeing some Adire. Fantastic. I love it. Thank you. Thank you so much. If you could just make your way to the very last seat. Thank you. Girl. Okay. And then I'll be calling on our moderator, Morenike George Taylor. If you could please put your hands together for her as she makes her way to the stage. Morenike George Taylor will be moderating this panel, talking to these panelists that have built brands, like I said, destinations and experiences that have put Africa on the world map. I'm so excited for this panel session, and I can't wait to hear all the questions that Morenike will be asking our panelists and so much more. Welcome, Morenike. Welcome. Please put your hands together for them one more time as the panel kicks off shortly. Please clap for them now, please. Thank you. Thank you. Morenike, over to you.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for being here. We want to thank the organizers because we've been thanking and thanking the organizers, and we have to throw in some additional thanks to the organizers today. So, can you give a round of applause to the organizers? They said the room was dry, but I have a few dry jokes today, so I'm hoping you're going to react, okay? You see, when you walk into a room and you have an opportunity to learn, you can walk out of there with $1 million worth of knowledge, or you can walk out of there the same. I remember when Dr. Chima was speaking and he said, people, purpose, and partnerships. I'm taking that straight to the bank, right? So let's see what we can learn about hospitality in this wonderful session, especially when we are in the dirty December season. This is a season where you are able to maximize profit in the hospitality industry. I can see everyone here is smiling. I guess their pockets are smiling as well. Now, let us give you valuable insights on how your pockets can equally smile while we talk about the rise of Afrocentric tourism. Can you give them a round of applause? Now, I would like to apologize that when they gave a memo to wear, the African fabrics, I didn't get one. But because I have insisted on going by my Nigerian name, Morenike, please give me some credit for that, okay? So, you see, African culture is one of the continent's most powerful economic assets. And there's this question that we want to ask, and it really struck me. And I really can't wait to hear your views on this, right? So my first question will start with Iyadune. who I also appreciate. She does an excellent, excellent job of making December unforgettable in Nigeria. Yes, why not? I think we have one more panelist, so I'm going to take a short pause.
Apologies. Just before you ask your first question, with our very sincere apologies, we would just like to call to the stage our final panelist. She's the managing director for a real estate company, Harold. Please put your hands together for Choma Esike. Please put your hands together for her as she makes her way to the stage. And please keep clapping. This was a very, very honest error, please. Thank you. Appreciate you, your time. Thank you for being here. All right, then. So she's going to join us very shortly, and then we can continue the conversation. Thank you.
Are you ready? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so I think they talked about who everyone else was, but I guess I didn't get an intro, so I'll just introduce myself. My name is Morenike George Taylor. I'm the president of the Restaurants, Cafe, Bars, Clubs Association of Nigeria, and I'm the group chief operating officer of 355 Group. Um, it is really exciting to start this conversation today, and I'll let you settle in, Choma, as I start with Iadini on this wonderful question. Okay. So Africa influences global culture, but how do we convert the cultural influence into measurable tourism revenue? What is the one shift Africa must make to fully unlock Afrocentric tourism?
Hey, good morning, everybody. Marinike, thank you very much for that question. What's the one thing that Africa can do to unlock the potentials? Well, I'm not sure that there's only one thing. I think that there's a million and one things. I think the world is not ready yet for what's about to come. I think that we're ready. I think that we don't need permission to position Lagos, Nigeria, and Africa on the global map. I think that one of the things that is important for us to start to think of very strategically and very, very intentionally is that for hospitality and tourism, you don't, you have to find your own. And where everybody's talking about oil and gas and energy and all those exciting, fancy things that have economically sustained us, I think the one thing that we're not looking at is culture, is identity, is legacy. And it's just, pretty much what we can do to elevate the things that make us authentic as Africans. And if you juxtapose that in a space where you're talking about hospitality, travel, and tourism, if you start to infuse Afrocentric strategies and ideas and start to tell stories along what Africa stands for, I think that that would be the new oil and gas. I think that we have tested and trusted this model, at least I have in the last, I don't know, 8 years. And I think that if you are very intentional as to how you position Africa in your service delivery, hospitality, travel, and tourism, I think that you're going to be going to the bank with a big smile on your face.
Thank you so much. Now, I think everything you said is so significant because in 2023 alone, 1.2 million international visitors came to Nigeria. I mean, 1.2. If all of them spent only $1, that is $1.2 million on the table in Nigeria. So these conversations are important. So I think I'm going to go to Chef Eros with the same question. What is the one shift Africa must make to fully unlock Afrocentric tourism?
Like she said, there's a lot. Africa has so much to offer the world, especially when it comes to flavor. I always say, want to know if people taste their food. And as somebody who has worked in the food industry for over the years, I have seen how much food has brought people together. You spoke about the number of people who have traveled to Nigeria over the last year during Dirty December, generating over 100 billion naira in revenue to the economy. Partnerships, security can go a long way. I think that it's important that we start to prioritize and plan for it. We heard recently about the roads and the road networks that was being constructed during this time. It's a need, but not timely.
Mm.
I think it's important that we start to prepare for what's coming because a wave is coming.
Oh, that's true.
Africa is the new frontier. We've seen what's happened with Afrobeats. We've seen what's been happening with Nollywood. We've seen the art wave that just, I mean, how many people have traveled into Nigeria in search of art in the last month?
Mm-hmm.
However, preparation for that time is now. And even as we go into this celebratory period and welcome all these people into our home, we have to do it with open arms,
Mm.
with love and respect, and most importantly, with pride of who we are.
Thank you so, so, so much. I love what you said about structure because it reminds me of when I think Banky W was speaking and he talked about ambition and structure and the importance of there being a harmony between both. I think that really and truly, if we do not sit down and say, this is how we want to approach this, how do we really take our place as the giants of Africa? You know? I'm loving these responses, but I would like to hear from you, Lola, before I come right back to you, Chama.
Ziona.
Yes.
Yeah. So, in addition to what he said, one of the things he said is partnership, and I'm looking at it, but on the Africa level. At the moment, Africa is marketing as 54 different products. It's not marketing as Africa. There's nobody saying, I'm coming to Africa and maybe I'm going to the West African region. So, how can we come together to do that? So, we all agree that, we're selling that one product and people are coming to it. And really, storytelling is important. So, if you look at Ghana in 2019, they had the year of the return. And, the significance was about when the slaves went, I think it was 400th anniversary for slaves going to Virginia. And, so what were they doing? They were selling Africa or Ghana to the diaspora, people in diaspora, and they came. So they did see revenue shift. And then after that, it became beyond the year of the return.
Yeah.
And so there's a story they're telling, and it just keeps going. So we need to be able to tell a story to attract people, to be able to see that actual conversion.
Thank you so much, Ola. I think you are really speaking the language that is being spoken here. When we're talking about negotiating international trade agreements, I was thinking about how much effort is being put into collaboration. In the tourism sector, we see a lot of investment, a lot of trade. I mean, when you're importing your salmon, importing your steaks, I mean, sometimes importing your staff, getting people to come in from outside of Nigeria. And we even look at real estate. You have people outside of Nigeria buying property in Nigeria because of the way it appreciates, right? So I think that definitely you are right. What story are we telling? These are the issues. Chama, you're the last person, but not the least. And I have your view. What is the one shift Africa must make to fully unlock Afrocentric tourism?
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. One shift we must make, and I think we are making. I will just borrow a few points from what everyone has said. She had mentioned storytelling. There's a lot that has gone into storytelling and that has curated a narrative that has brought that the wave of people coming into Nigeria and Nigeria in December specifically at this time. Now, what we need to do is to go on a global scale, right? It's not just about Dirty December. It's not just about the season. It's about making it a staple at the end of the day. I think that is something that is key and it's something that we have started and it's just to fine tune and develop and, make it right.
Spot on, Shoma, spot on. In fact, I think the Lagos state government just organized a stakeholders conference. And one of the key things that was discussed in that conference, you're laughing, right, was actually how we can make Dirty December all year
Oh
round.
yeah,
So
exactly.
definitely, you are definitely in the right place. And I really appreciate what you've said. Now, my dear Yadini, we're going to go to another topic, but I think it's easier for you to advise us because it's your area of specialty, right? I want to ask you about hotels. Echo Hotel is one of Africa's most recognized hospitality brands. What strategies should hotels adopt to strengthen Nigeria's global hospitality brand, especially in a market where security perception, pricing pressures, and guest expectations are evolving rapidly? I think one of the most interesting things about this December is that customer behaviors are changing. So for those that are unable to change, their businesses will suffer for it this Christmas. However, for those that are receptive, and honestly, I must say I'm impressed by what you're doing in Echo Hotel. They will not only survive, they will thrive. So what can hotels do?
I want to respond to this question with a case study. Um, in 7 years ago, if you dropped a pin at the lobby of Eco Hotels, you can hear the sound of it. That's how empty it was. December was a time when all the corporate businesses are shutting down. There's not much activity to do. It was all of Fly Time, Cecil's event, and I don't know, maybe one or two other musical concerts and one comedy show, and that was it. And of course, that doesn't sustain us as a business. The whole month of December was literally dead. Just pre COVID, I remember having a conversation with my board and saying, we are going to get to a place and time that we would not survive as a business when we continue thinking ourselves as a business hotel. We are built as a leisure resort. We are sitting on the entire Adetokumba Demola from the roundabout all the way to the beginning of Amadu Bello. And that in itself, I mean, I could only see dollars, you know. So I'm saying if we were intentional about curating something that even the clientele don't even know that they need, you would be anticipating that you are providing something that people will enjoy, people will pay for. You will target a market that's different, which is family, leisure, travel, holiday, tourism. And even though every time you mention tourism in Nigeria or in Africa, well, actually, specifically Nigeria, it's almost like you're speaking Greek.
Yeah.
There's so many demons against you. There's infrastructure, there's security, there is, safety. There's all sorts of demons that we ourselves consistently put in front of us as if those are the stumbling blocks that we're building instead of building actual experiences, you know. And 7 years ago today, I can tell you that in 2 weeks, in the last 15 days of Christmas, I generate more revenue than I generate in the third quarter of the year.
Wow.
And that's, you can please clap because
That
I
is
can tell you
amazing.
something. There's a lot of intentionality about that.
Yeah.
There is thinking not just about Eco Hotel as a hotel, because
Mm,
I mean, we do sell rooms and restaurants, but that's not what we're about.
mm,
Going to be 50 next year, and I dare say that we are more than just a hotel. We're not, we have moved on from being affiliated with brand chains and, all the big brand names. We are fully Nigerian. We are a core hotel and suites,
wow.
and we are the leader in this industry. Without trying to sound arrogant, we simply are. And we have moved from being a hotel that sells rooms and restaurants to a hotel that's selling experiences. In the 12 days of Christmas, we don't only sell you a package that has rooms and, and all these basic things. We have theater, Broadway musical theater that requires practice for 9 months just for you and your family. We love Donald Trump because he has made it difficult for Nigerians to go to America and for Africans in the diaspora to stay in America. We love him for that reason. And all of them are going to come to Nigeria and they will experience An African Tale of Christmas. And this was inspired, by the way, 3 years ago. We were trying to sell Western stories for the first 3 years.
Yeah.
3 years ago, a little girl said to me at the end of Tropical Christmas, Ma, can we see a little bit more about Africa? And you know, when somebody who you just don't think had a clue about what they were saying, just drop something and you go home and you just think very deeply. I'm thinking that that's a lack there. Our children don't even know Africa. They don't, everything we talk to them about is Santa. Guess what? You will come to Eco Hotel this year and you will see Africa in its grand and royal representation. East, west, north, and south. We're sick and tired of them telling us to pay 60 million naira to get a visa to their country. We're rich enough to spend that money here. And, you know, packages are selling out. If you haven't already bought your tickets, we'll wait for you for next year's package. You know what? We also have day passes and we have ticketed events for you guys to experience all of the richness that Africa has to offer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yadini. Honestly, right? I was definitely thrilled. When I saw the packages, I immediately told my dad that we're going to the circus this year. I have always wanted to go to the circus in Nigeria. I have been outside of Nigeria, but I felt that it's an experience to bring here. You see, why do we need to leave the country to have world-class experiences? A lot of people are making heavy investments in Nigeria, millions of dollars, just to create these experiences. But if not properly tapped, we would lose out. So, how do we make sure we don't? So, these are the core issues that we're having.
Monica, I went to Guangzhou in China 6 months ago because I needed some inspiration. And I went to a Cirque du Soleil in Guangzhou, and 60% of the performers were Africans.
Oh,
I
wow.
went looking forward to bringing some Chinese and Asian performers, and I went there to see African performers.
Oh,
And
wow.
I came back and went to Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Zimbabwe, Namibia, and all these people are going to come, and you will pay me money for that trip. But I can guarantee you, we are the art, we are the talent, and there's no need to go anywhere else. Actually, it will be ridiculous to spend your money anywhere else.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. I think this is such a grand stage, and I think it's a good time to talk about food. Does anyone here like food? Can you wave your hands if you like food?
Like,
I don't have a lot of food lovers here.
besides like,
As president,
besides like,
of the Restaurant Association, we could have given out meals, dates, parties.
was like, change it to love.
Does anyone here love food? Can you wave your hand? Okay, I have a few people here. Now, this question goes to Chef Eros, who is opening a wonderful restaurant next week. I'm looking forward to that. Food is one of the strongest cultural connectors. How can African cuisine become a global tourism driver and a major part of destination branding? Now, why I want this question, you know that this year, one thing I love is that you're heavily involved in this sector. You know what happened with the Canadian embassy and their partnership on how we can actually do more business together. You saw what happened with the South African embassy and their partnership to see how we could do more business together. The last South Africa Day, we had over 15 African countries present looking at how to collaborate on the area of food, such that if we're having festivals outside, we have Nigerian food festivals outside of Nigeria. So, how can we drive this, Chef Eros?
I think we're already doing that. People are traveling here for a reason. Nigeria is so rich in culture, and our story is yet to be told completely. As somebody who has been telling the story of Nigeria through food, I've been so inspired by so much that I have learned. A couple months ago, I traveled to Ondo, and I was so amazed by the wealth of that culture that I'm so ever again. As people come into Nigeria, they're going to be amazed by how much detail we have started to put into our restaurants, into our bars, into our lounges, into our hotels. I think the most important thing is to continue to push the agenda of storytelling and experiences. Like she was saying about the African experience,
Yeah.
it is so rich that the world needs to see it and continue to see it.
Hmm.
As we're doing it, we're just going to keep doing it. And I believe that this year is going to mark a huge milestone for us as storytellers, as a culture, as purveyors of the West African culture.
Exciting, exciting, exciting. I think you really hit the nail on the head with regard to gastro diplomacy, especially when you could imagine there being strained relationships between South Africa and Nigeria at some point in time. And then in Nigeria, now having South African food being made and Nigerian food being made and people celebrating in unity. Food is a very strong connector. And I think that you are all right about, as a billionaire chef, I mean, who can talk about storytelling? You're the right person to have that conversation. Okay, we're moving a little bit to real estate for you, Lola. Very excited. I know a little bit about luxury real estate. Luxury real estate and real estate in Nigeria has really changed in the past few years. Before you could get away with anything, but now people have much higher standards. So the question goes, how can African hotels and real estate developers embed wellness, health, and cultural authenticity into hospitality offerings? I think this is also influenced by the style of building, architecture, how can we do this to achieve this Afrocentric tourism?
Okay, so if we start with architecture, I would say let's think about traditional ways of building. So building with clay, what does that do? It helps the environment stay cool. I mean, that was done over the years. Why are we not trying to embrace some of that so that, the design is more authentic, it lasts longer. I mean, weather-wise is good, especially, I mean, on the island, we know how it is with salt water. It's always very moist and, we have issues.
Yes.
So why can't we think of how to build sustainably,
Mhm.
probably looking at the tradition, inculcating the traditional methods
Yeah.
one way or another. And then also going back to storytelling, how can we use, the local artisans we have to do, we already have it in some hotels,
Mhm.
local artworks,
Yes.
woven baskets, things like that. So your hotel is now a museum. It's
Yeah.
not just a place for people to come and sleep and go because, it just has to keep growing. It's an experience you're selling. You're not selling a space. So how can that space be an experience for every single person that walks through it? And then when we go to wellness, so there are two sides. There's
Yes.
the food, and then there's also, like the spa experience and things like that. So with the spas, um, we could look at some of the local botanicals like moringa, shea butter. They're already using some of those things. So, introduce them into the spa treatments and things like that. And then with food. So, how can our food be looked at from two angles? One, from the health perspective, because everybody all over the world, young and old, is becoming more health conscious.
Yeah.
So what are we doing? We're thinking local. So for instance, I don't use olive oil anymore. For years, I've been using Atili. It's a local alternative and it's great. The health benefits are fantastic. So why can't we use that? Why do we need to still be using imported olive oil, for instance? And there's so many other things we could be using. But really thinking about the food. How can we, encouraging local? So we're eating fresh, but also helping revenue for the local farms and the small gardens and things like that. And then also looking at it as cooking our own local meals, the
I
healthier versions of
love
it
it. Oh.
at the hotels. So we don't necessarily want to be selling a hamburger and pasta that everybody around the world already eats. You know, let's also sell our own local food.
I think that's really fascinating because you see in real estate, I see so many projects. There's
Mm.
project A, B, C, D, E, F, G. What makes one project stand out from another project? And I do think that if you can actually capture that spirit of an Afrocentric approach,
Yeah.
you would actually be able to stand out in your real estate development and it would really do a lot for the tourism sector of Nigeria. So I really love that answer, Lola. I have my question now moves to Choma. Now, Choma, I will now put you on the spot because I want to go deeper into this issue of real estate, right? What infrastructure gaps in transportation, accommodation, safety, or experiences must be fixed for us to actually achieve West Africa as a global tourist destination? I mean, you do a lot in this sector. what are the real infrastructure gaps that you're experiencing?
I think for infrastructure, there's a lot that needs to be done, and I think that we've not emphasized on it as much. I'll give an example. I do a lot of work in construction, and for construction, most of the materials that are needed are heavily reliant on the FX dollar, right?
Yeah.
Now we have most of these resources in Nigeria, and the major issue is extraction, processing, as well as transportation to where it is needed. Those inf- those raw materials, right? If we have proper infrastructure set up for them in very, in very nitty-gritty type framework for the end user or for the contractor or for whoever is using it, it helps reduce that cost to whoever is, the clients that you're marketing to. And then think about it from the point of hospitality. If you're thinking about that from the point of hospitality as well, what are the key things that we need to, you know, if I want to go eat somewhere, I want to eat, say, steak. Where's the steak from? We have local resources that we can harness, in terms of the whole agricultural landscape. We can harness that local resource as against importing, because again, importation adds to these things, right? Transportation, all these things factor in and add to those costs at
Like
the end
even
of the day.
exactly, like even these
Yeah.
bad roads and
But no. When you get there, oh, sorry, I didn't hear you.
like even I said like the bad roads and when you're talking about infrastructure, like all those kind of things.
Oh, okay. So I think that power is it's a very strong influencer on that power. I don't think that any
Mm.
business can survive without stable
The right
power.
power, yeah.
Every business has interactions with power, and for ease of doing business,
Yeah.
right? It needs to be easily accessible,
Mhm.
it needs to be readily available.
Yeah.
I think that's the major issue.
Yeah.
Most businesses can reduce their cost by, a significant chunk
Mhm.
if the issue of power is fixed.
Mm.
Now, let's talk about infrastructure. A lot of us business owners or business managers,
Mhm.
we've had to have um, 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 states where we come in and we support community
Yeah.
into getting those, general
Yes.
infrastructure set up.
Yes.
Because at the end of the day, community that you find yourself in is what supports you and your business.
Very true.
So it is really, really important for us.
Very true. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I mean, I was talking to some business owners the other day. We had a meeting of our association, and one of our members was complaining that they had to get people to secretly fill a pothole in front of their organization because it was sending guests away. And to fix a pothole in front of your organization by yourself, you have to pay. And they didn't want to pay and also have to fix the pothole in front of their space. But it's really brought to light the infrastructural issues that are affecting our operations in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And I think
Think about, if I have a business. I'm on your way to Roxton, right? Herald Play,
exactly,
and then the entire road is bad.
exactly,
It does not
it can
help.
discourage.
Yes, it discourages people from coming in. It doesn't help people coming in. So the onus is now on the business owner or the business manager to then find ways to, get the people in. In getting the people in, you are also trying or
Yeah.
contributing to that infrastructure
Yes.
support.
Yes.
If you wait for the government, most times, it will not be
It
favorable
might
to
not
your,
be done
your
exactly. I
business.
think I think
So
you're right.
again,
I
it's
think
that
you're right.
support to the community at large at the end of the day that helps you grow your business. Yeah.
Anthony, you want to say something?
Sorry. I was just, my head is all over the place. I wonder whether we might think about this thing slightly different. Um, and I don't know whether we might throw this out to the audience as well, but we spend a lot of time talking about this issue of infrastructure. I don't know if you've read a book by Oswald P. Bittek, Waiting for Godot.
Yeah.
We're not, nobody, w- we don't have, we're not we're not the infrastructural problem of Nigeria is not going to be fixed this year.
No.
It will not be fixed. And I think that we should start thinking about it slightly differently, just by saying, if we are what we are right now, and there's no government who's going to fix this right now, and even we private sector operators, or small community, um uh y-
Business
the
owners.
people building
Yeah.
macro economy,
Yes.
for tourism and hospitality,
Yeah.
if these people are not able to bridge that infrastructural gap
Mm.
that would help us aid and just fuel the experience that we want to create. Can we tell a story even about the bumpy roads?
Yeah.
Can we get like tuk-tuk trucks that have big fat tires
Yeah.
and have people just experience the bumpiness of it and ride with it and tell a story about how that's what it is in Africa? Because I don't understand. I'm not sure that I've been talking about infrastructural deficit in African tourism and hospitality for many years. On Adeto Kumba Ademola, there are parts of the road that have still not been fixed. On Ozumba Mbadiwe, which is in Victoria Island, that you're patching the road every now and then, and you still get the bumpy rides.
Yeah.
So can we tell a different story? Can we move on from that problem and say this is a problem that's not going to be fixed today? So maybe when we start telling it differently and finding ways to not focus on that problem, maybe we can tell it as an experience story. You know, I went to I went on a cruise recently, to on a Caribbean cruise, and we stopped in Mexico, and it's not a very clean city. If you have been there, it doesn't have everything perfect.
Yeah.
They have everything. The first port of call when the ship parked was in a very, very Balogun style area, Tedro show area. But every single person there knew that at this season in the summer you have a lot of tourists, and everybody was intentional about telling a positive story about their country. And the roads were still bad. And, things were still not perfect. There was a particular place where they said tourists went and peed all the time. And the community people had put a gate in there and they called it Hell's Gate. We paid $80 to stop at a place where people pee, to see Hell's Gate, and I was waiting for the part where the devil will come out of the Hell's Gate, but they never came out. And somebody told a story, and we paid $80 to see this beautiful thing. Of course, I'm an inquisitive being, and I asked more questions. And they said to me, well, if people are peeing there all the time, the community didn't want people to continue peeing there, so they put a gate there, and an artist designed the face of the devil and called it Hell's Gate. Guess what? That is a site where people go and pay dollars to watch. So, can our infrastructural deficit be a positive story rather than something that keeps us telling the same story about how we're not fixing it? And, I just wonder,
Yeah.
just the thought.
Yeah, I'd like to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I love the way this conversation is going, because one of the key things I wanted from this conversation is for us to have actionable things to work on.
Yeah.
So number one, we've sent a message: fix the power, fix our roads, and get everything in order. And while we are waiting, we're going to tell a story about the problems we are facing. So we're going to get the best of both worlds. So please, can you give a round of applause to these panelists? They managed to answer like two questions all at once. Okay, so because my time is running out, can I jump to Chef Eros? You want to say something real quick?
Oh yes, yeah, I just wanted to add to that because I what she said is quite apt, but we also have to give credit to the people that are telling the story. Yes, where she went to in Caribbeans and they had that story coined. There are people in Nigeria that are doing the same. I can give an example. There was what's it called now? That's a community, I would like to call it, that does, downfall just to experience downfall and go out. You have people, you have a party on the downfall
Oh,
box
nice.
just to experience, telling a story and creating an experience out of something that is, termed, dirty or termed derogatory in a derogatory manner, but it's more or less bringing joy to people. And creating fun for the youth out of that. So that story is already being told. We're part of that story as well, and it's just to develop on it.
I think you're absolutely right. Um, let me crack one of my jokes. Unfortunately, my stories with Danfos have not been the best. The one time I did enter a Danfo, I was going for NYSC, and then somehow I tricked my dad. I was on my way, but I was actually in Lagos. So I decided to enter a Danfo to my next stop. The guy just told me 100 naira. The guy beside me was like, no, it's 40 naira. When I saw his red eyes, I'm like, nigga, if you want 1,000 naira, take it. I was so afraid, right? But it really does celebrate the Nigerian story because depending on where you're coming from, Nigeria is so many different things. I love experiencing different cultures in Nigeria. You won't believe that I've gone to Niger State to see the waterfall. I've gone to Ogun State to go and see so many things in this Nigeria. So, I do believe in exploring Nigeria and telling the Nigerian story. I really have enjoyed everything we've been talking about. Chef Eros, back to you, because back to food. Me, I love food, and food is our business. Okay. Okay, just in case do we have any food businesses in here? Does anyone here do anything related to food? Can you raise up your hands? Okay. Now, we're going to ask a different question since they don't have that here. Nigerian cuisine is gaining global visibility, but the local market still has untapped potential. What can we do to do more? What can we do more?
Invest education.
Education?
Invest more in education. I think that as Nigerian cuisine continues to evolve, it's important that we share that knowledge with the upcoming generation. I'm actually very proud of what's happening in the industry because, um, to be honest, 12 years ago, there weren't very many Nigerian chefs. And Nigerian food had stayed the same for the longest time.
Mhm.
Now, Nigerian food is evolving. Nigerian ingredients are being used in new ways, and is now becoming palatable to the rest of the world. And I think it's important that we continue to push that. It's important that we continue to share that knowledge. It's important that we continue to invest in the next generation. And most importantly, I think it's very important that we travel and explore our culture, travel to different states, travel to different parts of Nigeria, and taste, watch, listen, and share that information with your community, with the rest of the world.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think if I could stay here for another 30 minutes, I would happily stay here. But I don't want them to use a broom to drive me off this stage. So I'm going to move to my closing question, right? And I'm going to start from Chioma and go all the way back here. Sometimes, I believe some of these questions, people believe we have a magic wand, right? So imagine that you had a magic wand and you could implement one policy, one partnership, or one model to strengthen Africa's tourism sector. What would it be and why? You could do just one thing. What would it be and why? Chama? So whether it's in real estate, whether it's in hospitality, in hotels, in restaurants, anywhere, just one thing you would do.
Hmm. I think that would be driving education in our culture,
Okay.
right? We're not doing enough to educate ourselves and the global village of who a typical Nigerian is, or what Nigerians stand for. We are blessed with a diverse and a rich culture across, you know, many tribes, and there is not much storytelling to those,
Mm.
and those cultures and what they stand for. Now, yes, it's interesting that a lot of people are coming into Nigeria and they, re-putting or re-recognizing Nigeria on the global map when we have, when we come to these seasons. But again, what is Nigeria known for. We need to change that negative narrative that we've always had and change it to a positive narrative that brings people in. I'm sure if you go on TikTok, you see all the a couple of you know Americans or whites. They typically, someone's trying to speak Nigerian, like a Nigerian. Someone is trying to eat maybe a gusi and epa or something, right? Um, there's a lot that we need to do to bring back,
Positive,
a
positive view of.
positive vibe and tell our story in a very cultural way.
Okay, okay, okay. Thank you
That's
so
what I
much.
have for
Thank
that.
you so
Thank you.
much. Okay, I hear education. Yeah, Adoni, what do you have to say? One thing you could do, and don't tell me you can't do one thing because I know that's your answer. Yes, you got to choose one.
There's always 1,001 things to do. There's always
No,
1,001 things to do.
one thing. So I do a lot of reading of what you write on LinkedIn, actually, and I believe you've actually dropped a significant number of actionable ideas that the government could implement to enhance the industry. But now it's only one thing.
Well, my one thing would be I think we need a national reorientation
Hmm.
for self worth and national identity.
Hmm.
I think that if every Nigerian realizes that Nigeria and the growth and progress of Nigeria is dependent not on a government and not on a select group of people, especially because we don't have control over that. I think that if each and every one of us leaves knowing that we have a responsibility to rewriting the narrative of the Nigerian story, that we, the people, are the catalyst that can break that chain of mental slavery that can propel us to get the Nigeria that we so desire. So, my one thing would be a national
Orientation.
reorientation of self worth and pride for the African continent.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really, a lot of people need it. Sincerely. So Chef Eros, what's your one thing? Also not allowed to say anything more than one thing.
Not allowed to say more than one
No,
thing.
no, no, no.
And I can't say what somebody else has
No,
said,
you can't
which
say
is
what someone
really,
else said
truly
either. You can't say
painful.
anyone said because you see, one thing I know is that I mean you're all leaders in your sector, so I know you understand your sectors very well and you have identified issues before. But I'm the moderator today, so I'm your policeman insisting
I
on one
still want
thing.
to double click on education, but I think if there was one thing that I would do, even though it's still related to education, it would be um, history
Hmm.
and connectivity between all states.
Hmm.
I guess investing in transportation that
Hmm.
allows us to be able to travel across Nigeria to explore other parts of Nigeria, as there is more to Nigeria than Lagos.
I think that's really right. I remember that I was invited by an ambassador on a trip, actually, with a few other people that were not from Nigeria. They had better pictures of experiences in Nigeria than I had. In fact, this guy is bringing out his phone and saying, "Look at me in Enugu by the waterfall," and I'm jealous. So I do believe that yes, if we were more connected, we would achieve so much more. Lola, what are your thoughts?
So I'm still going to piggyback off training, but
Training.
looking at it from the professionals in the industry. So training on two angles, I think, standardizing it
Hmm.
so that there's some sort of what would I say, a standard curricula
Hmm.
we are all using. So there's a standard in terms of the level and quality of the service that people are giving, and then also making it a career path instead of a part-time job in quotes.
Oh, perfect. I love that. Training and making it a career path. You didn't ask me, but I'll throw in my 2 cents. Please, can we make getting visas easier so we
Yes,
even get
that
the
would
door
be.
open, right? So please, if you find out the cost of a Nigerian visa today, you would definitely hold your breath. Anyone that, sometimes it's so funny. Someone said that, oh, people want to come here. Yes, people want to come here.
It's beyond the cost. Let's think about it that if the visas, like an e-visa, it's actually 48 hours and you get it, not that after you get it, you come here and you still need a physical stamp, it makes it easier. Doesn't
Government, I
it?
hope you're listening. This is how we suggest we make changes to improve the hospitality industry. We actually create a change that would allow for Afrocentric tourism. So I want to thank every one of my speakers here today. It was truly an honor to be on this stage with you. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you for
Yeah.
having us.
Mhm. Mhm.
Thank you very much. Please, if you're putting your hands together for our panelists, you can make them better. Come on, please put your hands together for our panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Um, uh, so your mentorship session starts immediately. Yes, we're taking a picture. We're gonna invite Izine to join us. But once you're off stage, your mentorship session begins at the lounge. Alrighty.
Isn't it, please, if you can join us on stage, media team, you know what to do. Please come to the front here to take the pictures. Please, can we get Ezine on stage, please? Thank you. We have a few announcements before we go to our next thing on the agenda. First, first off, I would just like to put it out there that we still have our mentorship lounge open for people who want to have that one-on-one conversation with the mentors in the house. So please go to the mentorship lounge, and then of course the master classes are happening as well. Also, please, if you are making any posts on social media, Facebook, Instagram, X, what other social media apps are there?
LinkedIn, TikTok,
TikTok. Please,
Snapchat.
Snap. Okay, well, we can add Snapchat, but please collaborate with us in your posts. And don't forget to mention at Mentor Matchup. That's MENTOR MATCHUP at Mentor Matchup. Okay, thank you.
It is important that you follow us on all social media platforms. It is important, very important. And earlier in the day, we put up a QR code. If you filled out the QR code, please, can I see your hand up? If you filled out the feedback form on the QR code, can I see your hand up, please? Anyone in the hall? You filled out the form in the QR code. Can we see one hand up?
Nobody? Please, can we have the QR code
Can we
on?
have the QR code back up, please? If you can, please, if you can, would like you to fill this out right now. The first person to do this and can confirm that they've completed the form has something lovely to take home.
A very special prize. So please take out time to scan that QR code and fill the information on there. Thank you so much.
So we're going to leave it here for just a few seconds. Would like to have the first person that can confirm. Oh, yes, please, can we welcome back our panelists from the last panel to take pictures with Izine, please, if you're not too busy. We'll like the QR code still up. Please, would like you to share your feedback with us from your experience being here at the Mentor Matchup Challenge 7.0. We've had this yesterday and today. So please, the first person to fill that out and can confirm that they've completed the feedback form would like to see your hand up. We have something special from you, courtesy of Eco Hotel and Suites.
Okay, we have our panelists making their way back. Do we have Chef Eros? I think maybe he walked out already. Chef Eros, Dr. Iyaduni,
Chef Eros, if you can, please, we need you back.
Lola Morenike, please, if you can just make your way back to the stage. And our media team, we just want to make sure we have those pictures with
Izine.
Izine. But do we have Chef Eros? If you can hear, if anybody knows where Chef Eros is, please just give him a nudge to come back into the hall.
I think he went to the mentorship lounge.
Okay, fantastic.
Please, if you have completed the feedback form, the first person has a gift courtesy of Eco Hotel and Suites. Would like to see your
We
hand
have
up.
someone there who's confirming.
Please come forward. Come forward if you're sure you've completed the feedback form.
Let's sure we should it just be one person or should we give the second person a chance?
Okay, so courtesy of Eco Hotel and Suites, you just won for yourself a ticket to the circus show in December. Please put your hands together for him. So would like to get your name. We have about five of them out.
We have 5 to give out,
We
so we're
have
going to
five.
keep looking
We
out
could
for
increase it.
yeah.
So we'll just meet with you and get your details, and you have the congratulations. Can we get a
Congratulations.
second person who has completed the form? One more, a lady. Yes, please come forward. Come forward.
Ushers, please
Just
help
help
the
us.
guests.
Just lead her backstage. You just won for yourself a ticket to one of the shows in December at the Eco Hotel.
Thank you so much. She's making her way down.
A round of applause for her. Thank you. We have three more, but we could increase that.
And I think we should save the 3 for something else.
Of
We
course.
still have questions to ask them, so save it
Absolutely.
for next time. If you're here and you're probably wondering, oh, how do I get internet access? I want to go on and share what's going on and tag Mentor Matchup, but I don't have any service or any Wi-Fi. Don't worry, we got you. Right now, you can log into our internet at mmc.7.0. It's open, please, and it's you don't need any password. If you just go on the Wi-Fi, you will see the internet name mmc.7.0. So you can log in and you can use the Wi-Fi. It's free, it's fast, and of course you can use it anytime you want.
We'll still have a very packed lineup for you. Very exciting lineup, I must say. We have two goodwill messages coming shortly, after which we have one more panel session. Then we're going for,
Oh, that panel session of destiny.
oh my lord.
It's so great. It's so fantastic. Everyone has been good, but this one, we always save the best for last. But this time around, we're making sure that we bring it to you hot, hot. Before that, we have one more. No, before that, we have the goodwill message.
Yes. So now we're going to invite for the next goodwill message a very brief but impactful message from Nepal Energies, highlighting their commitment to mentorship, industrial growth, and supporting Africa's entrepreneurial ecosystem. Please join me welcome from Nepal Energies, the chairman of Nepal Energies, Ekeoma Eme Ekeoma. Please put your hands together for him.
Please put your hands together for him.
Is that the best you can do for our platinum sponsors? Come on. Thank you very much, Nepal Energies, for being our platinum sponsor. Thank you so much for your support, for your mentorship, for looking out for the African entrepreneurial ecosystem. We're delighted to have you join us.
Good afternoon, the good people of Nigeria. My fellow youths and young men, I also want to thank you and appreciate you. I want to use this opportunity to thank you, all of you that attended, and all the sponsors. This program has been on for about 7 years. I want to join my faith with Ezine. I want to align my spirituality with Ezine. I want to align my energy with Ezine and all of you. I know that the country is going through a lot of problems, but there's a word that I have for our young men and our young women. I want you to know that this nation is going to be left under your care in a time that is not far from now. And it's good that whatever may be your chore, whatever may be your engagement, whatever may be your field of endeavor, don't lose hope. Nigeria is at a point that a lot of collaborations is needed. And there is no meaningful collaboration that can actively happen without the involvement of all of us I mean, my fellow young men and women who are in this age bracket, the future belongs to you. And I want you to know that that future is not a distant future. It's just a future nearby. Like Banky W said, I want to hinge my assertion on the word, the last parting word that Banky made public here. You have to align whatever you are doing with God. It's very, very important. I know that we may not all be members of one faith, but I can assure you, when you get him involved, he will cause your feet to fall in pleasant places. Do not lose hope. This is not a jamboree. You have all done very well. For I was even surprised when I saw my friend, Mr. Austin Avuru. Isn't it? You and your team, I want to congratulate you, and I want to say that I'm proud of you. My family is proud of you. You have made us proud. My prayer is that what you have started 7 years will yield a geometric progression. In a time not too far from now, I want to also make a word of prophecy to most of you who are participating. Nigeria is not finished. Nigeria has done so well, especially our youths, our young men and women. We are doing well in sports and in entertainment. Entrepreneurship will not be different. I wish you all well. Thank you very much.
All righty, please one more time. Please put your hands together for Mr. Ekeoma, the chairman, Nepal Energies. I have it on good authority that we have Mrs. Ngozi Ekeoma in the house. Please, can we have her join us? And Chima. And can we have Mr. Austin Avuro on stage as well? Please, Izine, we need you to join us. Please put your hands together for them. Please, please, please. These are our platinum sponsors. And a little tiny bird whispered to me that Mr. and Mrs. Ekeoma are Izine's parents. Aren't you just so glad? I was expecting your excitement. Aren't you so glad to hear that? Izine, please join us on stage. Thank you. When you hear that pigeon language, that pigeon adage that says lion no they born goats, look right here and understand what they're talking about. So, hmm? Who's-
So this is literally a full circle moment for me, and I'll embarrass everybody, well, except our chairman here, of course. I'll embarrass my family members here a little bit. So I started 234 Finance 10 years ago, and what actually inspired me to start 234 Finance was that I lived in a startup incubator, a style, right? So our house, I don't know how many people know about Igbo culture and how a lot of the Igbos migrated to Lagos after the Civil War. So our house was literally a startup incubator, and I've watched these two Amazons, Titans, raise people, build people, and to stand on their own. And that was really where everything that I do with 234 Finance, MMC, that was they birthed that. They sowed that seed, and it's germinated in all of the things that we do. And they are my greatest inspiration. And this is actually a testament to that. And he's inspiring so many people. He made a reference to my mom. She didn't want to come on stage. She was saying that she doesn't look good and all of that. I'm like, who cares? You need to inspire people. It's beyond just you. It's paying it forward and inspiring people to pay it forward. That's the only way we can continue this work. And I thought it was very important to mention this. So thank you for all that you do. And I also know, not too far from that, that he does that in his in his family as well. And this is what this is about. We need to support ourselves. We need to grow our capacity, grow our local industries to put Africa at the forefront of global trade. Thank you.
Thank you. Please put your hands together for them. Thank you. Thank you. Interesting. And it's exciting to have Mr. Austin Ovuru in the house. We've been getting a lot of questions. When is this fireside session? When is this fireside session? You're going to come back after lunch for that session. We're keeping it specially for after lunch time. Now we're going to be having a goodwill message from Smeden, and this is to celebrate the continued support they have for the MMC and the African entrepreneurial ecosystem. Righty. So please welcome with me the Chief Enterprise Officer, Smidan Lagos, Tosin Abajo. Please put your hands together for Smidan. Please, please, I need your applause. Everyone in the room, please. Thank you, Smidan. Thank you. Thank you, Smidan. Where is Tosin? All right. Can I get a wave if Tosin is coming upstage? All right, please put your hands together for the representative. Thank you from Smidan, Nigeria. Thank you. This is the Lagos chapter, I suppose, the Chief Enterprise Officer. Thank you very much for your support for the MMC.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's been an honor to be here today. My name is Dakbo Ogunaike, and I'm representing the Chief Enterprise Officer, Tosin Abajo. I bring greetings from the Director General of the Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency of Nigeria, Mr. Charles Odi, who would have loved to be here himself, but for some engagements at the moment. Our time is fast spent already, and I don't want to take much of our time. But I would like to especially appreciate 234 Finance for this laudable project. We are extremely excited about this project because it aligns with the mandate of SMIDAN of pushing SMEs in Nigeria and also creating an enablement environment for SMEs to progress. I appreciate all of the speakers, all the partners, the exhibitors, the sponsors. Very, very importantly, we appreciate you. And I also want to assure you that Smidan is very, very excited about this. And by the grace of God, when we are going to be doing the MMC 8.0, Smidan will also be around in full capacity to also support. And I also have taken a lot of feedbacks as to the pain points of our SMEs, and I am confident that plans and policies will be put in place so that they can all be met. Before I step down here, I'd like to appreciate especially all the entrepreneurs in this room. We are very, very excited. We are happy because it is because of you that we are here at the moment. I'd like to tell you to please continue with the resilience, continue pushing. Everyone is looking at you. And by the grace of God, that destination and targets that you have forged out for yourself, you will get there and exceed. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Smidan. Thank you for that goodwill message. Alrighty, we'll have to run right now. We have to run because lunch is going to be served right after the next panel session. And for this panel session, the conversation is on leveraging Africa's soft power for equitable trade. And in this session, I'd like you to brace yourself. We're going to have very insightful conversation. Africa's soft power, music, film, fashion, art, and digital culture is what we're discussing. Righty. So I would like you to brace yourself for that. But right now, I think I want to let go of one more gift. One or two. Two. All right. So now I have it on good authority to give out two more tickets to the shows at the Co Hotel for Christmas. During Banky W's session, he mentioned seven C's. Who remembers? Eight more. Thank you. Thank you. That's so nice. Woo. Okay, so we have eight more gifts to go. If you remember Banky W's seven C's, the first person to come out here to collect this mic has one ticket. First person to come collect the mic. In life, you have to go get what you want. You have to go get what you want, my brother. Tell us your name, what you do. Catch your breath first. Catch your breath. So people have been in this hall since morning, and I didn't see you. Tell us your name, what you do, and you have one ticket.
All right. My name is Israel Abiola. I am a recent graduate of Chemistry, University of Lagos. I do mobile videography and a little bit of photography.
Tell us the seven C's.
All right. So the first C, so it was talking about clarity of vision, character, competence, collaboration, courage, compassion.
Compassion,
No,
kwa.
no, no. Sorry. Collaboration. I mentioned collaboration. The creator
Yes.
and
Should we pity him and just give him a stride, Abby?
what's
Okay, you know what? Hold on. Hold on. Just step aside.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ. Please
Jesus,
help him, my
this
mic.
can't save you
Please
now.
help. Jesus can save him now. You want to help him? Some people are out there. Let them try. Let them try. So one more time, go again. See if you can remember.
Yes.
So so it is um character, clarity of vision, competence, courage, collaboration, the creator,
Yes.
and then crisis management.
Put your hands together for him.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please just
Please
go
find
behind.
your way backstage.
Yes, backstage, and somebody will attend to you. Okay, what's our next question for them?
Our next question is: can someone tell us the name of the first panel session we had today? The first panel session
Okay, we
we
have
had
someone who
today.
is willing.
If you're sure, take the mic here. No, don't worry. Straight on. Take the mic. The first panel session we had today, and the
International
names of the panelists.
International Trade panel session, unlocking the
Is Yavango.
okay, but I can get the panelists.
No, the name of the panel first now.
Unlocking
Okay, do you know what? Give us the name of the panelists, and maybe you remember when you're done. So let's start with the name of the panelists.
Bamidele Seun Omola,
Mm-hmm.
Ife Dayo Agoro,
Okay.
Eche Oji, and Lethabo Sitholi.
Okay, fantastic. So now you have 5.5 over 10. Now remaining 4.5.
Should we give him the tickets? Should we? Should we? Please, a round of applause for him. You just got one for yourself with tickets. Thank you very much. So the panel is called um, Practical Pathways for Unlocking New Trade Corridors. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you
Make
very
your way
much.
backstage. There's someone waiting for you with your tickets. Please go backstage. All right, then I think we have one more person, two more people.
Can someone run out here and tell us the name of the topic of the second panel we had? Just concluded. That's still fresh. Second panel session we had
The one
today.
that just finished. Okay.
Hospitality and tourism.
Okay.
Okay.
What's the name
Full
of
name?
the full panel?
I don't have their names.
Okay, what about, do you know the names of the panelists? You want to try?
No, I'm not good with names.
Can the next person try?
He wants to try.
The topic of the second panel and the names of the panelists.
Hospitality and tourism, the rise of Afrocentric tourism.
You're correct. Round of applause for him, please. Please, can you put your hands together for him? Thank you. Now the names of the panelists.
Chef
Are
Tolu.
those your notes you're looking at? Hope it's not expo.
No,
Okay. Go on.
I didn't write all the names though.
Try.
Yeah, so I got Olawale Ayilara
Okay.
and Morenike George Tilo.
Okay.
And I think Lola Oyewole. Those are the
Yeah.
names I got.
And there was I can help you. There was a chef. You can't remember his name.
I
I. Ay.
Okay,
Should we
okay.
give him the ticket?
If you agree, say yeah. If you do not agree, say nay. The years have it. So congratulations, you just won for yourself
Please put your
a
hands
ticket.
together for him. He's won a ticket.
Thank you very much. So the next question is if you have filled out the QR code and you follow 234 Finance on all social media platforms and Mentor Matchup Challenge on all social media platforms as well. Can I see your hand up? I think I have 2 tickets for this one. If you follow 234 Finance Mentor Matchup on all social media platforms, you have a ticket waiting for you.
If you can confirm that, just make your way forward. One person, you can confirm that you are following Mentor Matchup as well as 234 Finance on social media, I believe on Instagram, and you can prove it. Please make your way to the front and you will have won yourself a ticket.
I mean, you can quickly get that done right now if you're not too busy. You can just win that for yourself right now. Just follow 234 Finance, follow Mentor Matchup on Instagram, on X, on Facebook, and you have won. No, you have something already. You've won something today already.
Okay, we have someone who's done that. Put your hands together for her as she makes her way to the front.
Can you confirm that you follow all platforms? So just go behind the stage and just show the runner, Savior, and she's won for herself tickets as well. So please put your hands together for all our winners. I think we have just a few more to go. We will come back after the panel session and after the fireside chats with questions from those sessions. Those who are lucky today would be happy they came here. So at this juncture,
What time is it? I'm sure if you take a deep breath, you can already smell it in the atmosphere. You can smell the food. It's been a long day. We had our tea break earlier, but we also want to make sure that you refuel. So at this point, lunch is served. We're going to make sure that everybody gets fed. Just make sure you look out for the ushers and they would guide you as to how to approach the caterers. So please relax, enjoy, and use this time to network with peers, mentors, and potential collaborators. Please remember to stay on your seats, and the ushers will guide you to make sure that you get your lunch served. We'll be coming back very shortly, and we're taking a 20-minute lunch break, 30-minute lunch break, excuse me, and we're going to come back and have our fireside chat and our final panel session of the day, as well as a very, very exciting performance still to come. So thank you so much for being here. Also, shout out to our sponsors, to our partners, everybody that's been here that has made this possible. DJ, can you just play us some nice music while we go on our lunch break? The time now is, what time is it? The time now is 3:17. So we'll be back by 3:47. Thank you so much.
Oh, 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 eh, yeah, eh. See, one love, just the other day I saw on CNN brutal killing of each other by two friends. I couldn't comprehend.
in the lounge. The HANA 2 masterclass is happening right now. So if you want to participate in that masterclass, your time is now. Thank you.
hawakujua situko mavela, yeah.